everyone, welcome to our UI UX Design and Design Thinking Fundamentals course by Simplilearn. If you are interested in learning how to design intuitive, user-friendly experiences for website and apps, you are in the right place. In this course, we will break down the key concepts of UI UX design and explore how design thinking can help you solve problems and create solutions that users love. We'll start by defining the basics, what UI UX really mean, and how they work together. You'll also learn about the different roles and responsibilities in design and get familiar with the design process that guides all great projects. We'll also dive into the key design principles that every designer should know to create successful products. Next, we'll explore the different types of user interfaces and look at the top 7 factors that influence a user's experience. You'll also get a deep dive into UX design process, learning how to project from start to finish and make design decisions that enhance usability. And as we move forward, we'll introduce you to design thinking, a creative problem-solving approach used by designers all over the world. You will learn the core stages of design thinking and methods that help you come up with innovative solutions. And finally, you'll get hands-on with Figma, one of the most popular design tools used by professionals today. We will walk you through the basics of prototyping and introduce you to FigJam, a fun tool for whiteboarding and ideathon, where you can brainstorm and bring your ideas to life. And by the end of this course, you will have a solid foundation in UI UX design and design thinking. So let's dive in and start designing together. Before we move on, here's a quick quiz question. What does design thinking help you do? Your options are write code, solve problems and create user-centered solutions, choose colors for your design, or pick the right fonts. Let me know your answers in the comment section below. And if you're interested to build a strong career in UI UX design, then this is something worth checking out. The UI UX design program with Generative AI by Simplilearn, delivered in partnership with Purdue University, is designed to make you job ready with hands-on project, real-world tools, and expert guidance. You will earn a program completion certificate from Simplilearn in partnership with Purdue University, working on 15 plus portfolio-worthy projects, and get access to job assist support to help you prepare for interviews and get noticed by hiring companies. The program is live, interactive, beginner friendly, and focused on real skills that companies actually look for. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. You can find the course link below.
Today's lesson, we're actually moving on from the fundamentals of design thinking, and we're beginning to learn more about user research and applying user research to design. So today's is an introduction to that. And for the engage and think, we're going to talk about Coca-Cola. When Coca-Cola launched New Coke in 1985, it was based on extensive market research and taste tests that showed people preferred the new flavor over the original. However, once the product hit the shelves, it faced massive backlash, and Coca-Cola had to revert to its original formula within a few months. Why do you think research suggested people would love New Coke, but the reality was so different? I think I heard a lot of great answers there. Um, and potentially just to elaborate on some of the responses that I received, it does seem like they may not have done enough research in terms of the user groups in different areas. When you launch a product, when you do testing, you're doing testing from like a small group, so potentially they only tested one area. um Coke is pretty much based in um the city that I lived in. um they have a lot of headquarters here, at least. So, or at least a lot of offices and warehouses here, as far as distribution, I should say. um the So it is a very Coke city. um However, I do believe that when people, I saw that BJ said something in the chat, as far as emotional attachment and brand identity, and people, when people do love a product already, they're not really willing to shift from it. However, I think it showed that the backlash from it was that people actually did like the product. Um, and it was just a matter of re-engaging the audience and knowing how passionate they were around the product. So it definitely was a similar situation that you may see with certain brands that may change their logo. For example, um, the Met in New York. It's a huge museum. Um, and if anyone's ever heard of the Met Gala, it's where they host that at. And they changed their logo some years ago. And when it came out, it was a lot of like backlash and um conversation, if you will, around why they did that. And the association was not necessarily entirely the same, but it did modernize the logo. They did modernize the logo to, I guess, bring it more up to date. Um, so just some like brand attachment, some emotional attachment, some brand identity there too. Um, Joanna said Coca-Cola. So it's so big they did a test various age groups, different countries. How big was the group? Yes, exactly. Um, and testing in different age groups can experience different things. Testing in different demographics, as far as location, age, range. There's a different variables that you can, um, gender, um, occupation, economic. Income. You can test based on a lot of different variables, but it does make one wonder what their variables were then. Great. So today's learning objectives are: by the end of the lesson, you will be able to explain the role of user research in UI and UX design to enhance user experience. You'll also be able to analyze different user research methods to identify effective data sourcing strategies for design, and then design interactive surveys using the Gen AI tool Typeform to engage users to collect actionable data. Has anyone ever used Typeform or any other um, polling device, Google Forms, anything like that, to conduct a survey or a poll, perhaps for a class or project? The skill level or the experience that some people may have had, or someone has ever used Typeform before. Okay. So for the overview, user research user research in UX user experience involves systematically studying target users to understand their needs, behaviors, motivations, and pain points. It ensures that the product is designed with the user's perspective in mind. Why is user research essential in UI UX design? User research is essential for the following reasons. We want to understand user needs, of course. Um, Often identifying the needs of the user is why we're essentially trying what problem we're trying to solve for, what problem we've identified. Um, so understanding what the user needs is essentially the first pinpoint of that. And then you want to make informed decisions. By doing research, you're informing yourself on other, maybe other industries, other companies that may have experienced this issue, problem, or similar users, similar platforms that have similar users that may be solving for this need already. And then, of course, you want to enhance the usability, and that's where you get into the I would say more the functionality design of things. Um, Improve user satisfaction, making sure that they are truly satisfied with your results, and then reducing cost and risk, if that is a potential variable. Oftentimes, cost and risk can be anything from fines to users leaving your platform. So you want to reduce that as well. And then gain a competitive advantage is also an huge aspect of doing user research because when something exists, it also gives the option to solve for it better, um, especially if you're in a similar lane, whether it be industry, business vertical, or project type. Understanding user needs. Scenario. Imagine you're designing a a grocery delivery app. For user research, you discover that customers want to easily add items from previous orders to their cart. The outcome is that by understanding this need, you can prioritize creating a feature that allows users to quickly reorder their favorite groceries, improving convenience and user satisfaction. A scenario for making informed decisions is that suppose you're designing a ride sharing app. Research shows that users often struggle to find the drop off location input field. By using this insight, you can redesign the interface to make the drop off location input more prominent, streamlining the booking process and reducing user frustration. And then enhancing usability goes the scenario is that imagine you're creating a fitness tracking app and where users say it's hard to find the start workout button because it's hidden in the settings. Suggest the outcome is the suggested outcome is placing the start workout button on the main screen. You can make the app easier to use. This helps users start their workouts quickly and enjoy the app more. And I myself have definitely not necessarily lost the start button, but experienced some interesting things as far as button placement or um, functionality of certain apps when it comes down to fitness apps, especially that I've just downloaded some and deleted them just to figure out which one worked best for me. So, and then improving user satisfaction. Suppose you're updating a music streaming app. Users have mentioned that they want to easily find and return to the playlist they've recently listened to. By adding a recently played section on the home screen, the app becomes more user friendly. This makes it easier for users to return to their favorite playlists, leading to higher user satisfaction. And then reducing cost and risk. Imagine you're designing a booking website for traveling accommodations. Early user testing shows that the filtering system is confusing and hard to use. By fixing this issue before launch, you avoid costly redesigns and customer service issues later on, reducing the risk of users abandoning the website due to frustration. And then gaining a competitive advantage. Imagine an online clothing store where customers have expressed interest in a feature that suggests outfit combinations based on their previous purchases. By launching a feature that the outcome is that by launching a feature that suggests personalized outfits based on purchase history, the store can boost customer satisfaction and set itself apart from competitors, thus attracting more fashion conscious shoppers. So for the quick check, Sarah is browsing an online store for gadgets and finds it frustrating to compare options. Based on UX research, what feature could make the comparison process more user friendly? A. Adding a quick view feature to display a brief summary of each gadget, reducing the amount of text in the gadget descriptions. Implementing a side by side comparison tool for selected gadgets, or adding a rating system next to each gadget to highlight popular choices. In their answer of C, I also wanted to point out a couple of comments that I see. Um, as far as Olivia saying D, that she can also see D being helpful. I do as well. I do as well. Seeing D being very helpful. Oftentimes when people want to compare something, their other people's reviews, especially for example, if you're shopping on Amazon and you're looking for the same use case. Imagine Amazon as your shopping platform. Oftentimes, you may be comparing two products one to another, but Amazon does a great job of showing you how many people purchased it, how many people um, have left reviews, and what the review system is, and as far as even what the popular choice is. So I think, or even the Amazon choice, I believe they have that as well. So I think that is um, a great addition, but as it's not too intuitive on what she is looking for in that comparison. If she's looking for an opinion based comparison, then of course I could see D being helpful. But I think D definitely answer the sure enough answer is definitely C. And then I also wanted to call out what BJ said as far as it reducing cognitive load, making it quicker and more confident decisions. Yes, that side by side comparison also just lets you see something essentially for what it is. Read the specs side by side, details often side by side, and making the evaluation for yourself. Now we're going to get into exploring user research methods. So there are some different methods of user research um, involving uh, these various methods. User research uses various methods to gain insights into user needs, behaviors, and experiences. Here are some common types. These two may switch up your L's and your M's, but the first one is qualitative, and the second one is quantitative, and the next is behavioral, and the last is attitudinal. Qualitative research involves collecting and analyzing non numerical data such as opinions, comments, feelings, and motivations. It focuses on understanding the why behind user behavior. Yes, and it definitely helps to identify perhaps specific pain points in that experience. I myself have done some user testing myself, and I've also been a part of certain focus groups just to help better certain products. One was even a facial recognition one that essentially I had to basically help expand on the types of facial or the positioning of the camera, the types of variations where people can sit, and then give my feedback on that experience as well. Um, so it wasn't necessarily um, a group setting, but I did have my own um, kind of like person or guide, if you will, helping me along the way. So it was a great experience. But those are both examples of qualitative research in ways that you can gather. And this is non-numerical data, of course, but in ways you can gather opinions, comments, feelings, and motivations behind using a certain product. And then qualitative is where you kind of get into the numbers. Uh, those Here are some popular methods used for quantitative. We'll get into that in a second. Qualitative data methods are interviews, focus groups, and observations. Um, just as we just recently discussed. And then quantitative is where you get into the numbers. It focuses on measuring and analyzing numerical data to identify patterns and trends. It analyzes large amounts of data to identify behavioral trends. For example, oftentimes people want to know what how their website is performing or how their platform is performing. They want to know what users seem to favor, what aspects and features users seem to prefer over others. If you're, for example, if you're running a blog, you're going to look at more quantitative data to see how many people may look at certain articles, how many people may be interested in certain topics, potentially the times of day that people come to your site. So those are certain variables that you can incorporate into quantitative data. But it analyzes large amounts of data to identify behavioral trends. Some examples are surveys, A to B testing, and then usability testing. Qualitative versus quantitative. Here is the difference between the two essential research approaches. So from the left to the right, we're going to go over for the feature of focus. When it comes down to qualitative research, it's mainly focusing on insights and understanding. And then when it comes to quantitative, it's numbers and statistics. From methods, qualitative goes into interviews, focus groups, and observations, while quantitative covers incorporates surveys, experiments, and questionnaires. The outcome, as far as data, in terms of qualitative research, is unstructured and textual data. Um, Meanwhile, quantitative is structural and numerical. The purpose of qualitative is to explore and understand, while quantitative is to measure and quantify. An example of qualitative is to ask users why they clicked the button and what they expected to happen. While quantitative focuses on the example of quantitative is counting how many times users click a button in your app. And now we get into behavioral research. It focuses on observing and measuring user action and behavior. It seeks to understand what users do rather than why they do it. Here are some popular methods used in behavioral research: eye tracking, heat maps, session recordings. And has anyone ever seen like a heat map on like a website or landing page just to see what users may prefer, what are the hot zones? It kind of looks like a weather map, if you will. At least some of the ones that I've seen or used, they look like weather maps in a way of just kind of showing you in the brightest color or darkest color red, where the hot zones are, and then where people tend to not prefer, it won't necessarily give you expressions there, and it'll be lighter if depending on the preferences of the majority of your users. And then now attitudinal research aims to understand users' beliefs, opinions, and feelings about a product or service. It delves into the why behind user behavior, exploring the motivations, perceptions, and satisfaction levels. Some examples of attitudinal methods are card sorting, tree testing, and surveys. And then behavioral versus attitudinal. So for focus, as far as behavioral, it gets into user actions and interactions, while attitudinal is user beliefs, feelings, and intentions. Behavioral is goes over the methods, observations. The methods are observation, analytics, and A to B testing, while attitudinal includes surveys, interviews, and focus groups. For behavioral research, the data goes over quantitative, for example, click rates, time on a page, while attitudinal is qualitative, for example, quotes and opinions. And the purpose of behavior research is to understand how users interact with the product, while the purpose of attitudinal research is to understand why users behave a certain way. Okay, so now we're going to get into a quick exercise. Everyone, close your eyes. Not immediately, but first I want you to grab a piece of paper and a pen. Okay. And if anyone doesn't have paper, feel free to like open up a Figma page and just draw with the pen tool. So that could be fun as well. But okay. So everyone close your eyes and draw your favorite shape. For example, a circle, a triangle, or a square. More qualitative to determine the why. But then I wanted to figure out as far as like your behaviors, um, attitudes, as to like why you the reason as to not necessarily why, but the mental behind your decision. I heard someone, the person that said that they picked a square, they felt more structured. The person who picked a triangle um, wanted more perfection. The person who picked a circle wanted a sense of ease or felt a sense of ease about it. And then the person who drew a star felt that it associated with standing out. And with this information, it does lend itself to the feelings that people often have around the shapes themselves. Um, so it does align with the feeling of what each shape tends to bring. So something to keep in mind as you use these shapes as well, how people tend to feel about them. Squares being more structured, triangles essentially showing stems of perfection, and then circles being easier or more adaptable, if you will, and then stars truly standing out. So some data from your peers. And then to get back into the lesson, what are mental modes? A mental modal is what the user thinks about how a system like a website, app, or product works. It helps users predict what will happen when they interact with it, shaping how they use the interface. Products designed on user mental models. For example, Gmail. Users often associate their email inbox with a physical mailbox where they receive messages. They expect to open an email to read its content and delete it when it's no longer needed, similar to throwing away a physical letter. How many people have Gmail as their primary email inbox or email platform? Yeah, pretty much everyone has a primary Gmail, so good to know. I have quite a few, so I guess I can raise my hand a few times. Now we're gonna get into Amazon, so shopping carts and e-commerce. Users think of online shopping similarly to in-store shopping. They expect to add items to a cart, review items in the cart, and check out at a virtual cashier. How many people have an Amazon account or use Amazon? Yeah, we got quite a few people. I'd say about the same people that use Gmail, about the same amount. And then Netflix. Netflix recommendations. Users expect entertainment services to suggest content based on the way based on their viewing history, similar to how a friend might recommend shows or movies they know you may like. Right? How many people have a Netflix or have used Netflix before? Oh wow, I think this is the most. More people use Netflix than Gmail and Amazon. So for today's group discussion, let's consider this scenario. You've launched a new app and want to understand user experiences. You conduct an in-depth interview with users asking them to share their thoughts as they navigate the app. You explore what they like, what confuses them, and why they might abandon a task. This approach is akin to taking a guided tour where you gather detailed, subjective insights from users' perspectives. Which research method are you using in this scenario? Provide a justification for your choice. But the definitive answer is definitely qualitative, because qualitative is an aspect of behavioral research, but it's like they kind of go hand in hand. But when you are, for example, when I've done user testing where I hosted it virtually and essentially walked the user through my experience, or the experience that I had designed. And on each screen, as they got to each screen, we asked them to express their feelings about each screen, and how, not necessarily their feelings about each screen, but we asked them to certain questions when they got to each screen, and use their behaviors as to what prompted them to go next, or what they clicked on to go next, as far as how they navigated the app. Um, it was mainly to decide if, at least this research was mainly to decide why certain merchants were signing up for the platform. And we wanted to know as to where they got confused in the process. The process is pretty long as far as onboarding a merchant. So, and we were starting to require um, we had additional requirements and legal regulations that we had to incorporate into the design. So essentially, we did a lot of like qualitative research to decide what that experience should be, and then also test it out in um, behavioral ways to see how users navigated through that process and what their pain points may have been. But an example of, if I were to turn it into like an attitudinal, um, it would be more so how merchants felt going through the experience. I would have been more focused on that at that time. Um, and how merchants even feel as far as being on the platform with the changes. I would have dove into that more, but that was going into another project that I had coming up, where I was able to do some of that research, or at least find some of that insight out, especially with the changes that we were incorporating. So just some fun facts there. Now we're going to go into introduction to Gen AI tools for data collection. AI tools for user research. Gen AI tools help in user research by offering advanced capabilities that streamline the process, enhance insights, and improve decision making. Here are some integrated tools used for user research. The first being Google Analytics, Typeform, Hotjar, and an IBM Watson. Side note, we will use Typeform in our demos, as it is one of the most versatile and powerful survey tools. And then it uses, well, as far as Google Analytics uses AI for advanced behavioral analysis, providing insights into user interactions and patterns on websites and apps. Hotjar employs AI to analyze heat maps, session recordings, and user feedback, helping to understand user behavior and identify usability issues. And then Typeform uses AI to analyze survey responses, offering insights into user needs and preferences. While IBM Watson offers AI driven sentiment analysis and natural language processing to interpret user feedback and surveys. So, quick check. Nathan, just imagine that Nathan is conducting user research and wants to use AI tools to gain deeper insight into user behavior on his website. Which AI tool would Nathan use to analyze heat maps and session recordings? I feel like this is a pretty easy one here. Yeah, come on, everyone. I think everyone's getting this one right so far. So on this one, yes, of course, the answer is B, Hotjar. And to get into the demo for today, we're going to be exploring Typeform as the lesson suggested a moment ago, which is an interactive survey and forms. We'll explore their key features and capabilities to create interactive and engaging surveys. So I always like to start from the meat and potatoes of things. I'm gonna share my window so that you guys can see my sign up process as well. So we're gonna go to Typeform here. And then we're gonna sign up. I like to sign up using Google, it's just easier for me. And the email that I've used for this class is this one, at least for our demos. I agree. And then let me accept my cookies. Just want to hide that. And then let's access their platform. Does anyone need a couple moments to sign up? I know I did that pretty quickly, have my Gmail pretty loaded in. But okay, Miranda, some people need a couple moments. Okay. First question that they prompt you with is to figure out what kind of user you'll be. And that is to ask what the main thing you'd be using Typeform for. I'm gonna just say personal. Feel free to say school or work if you will, but I'll just say personal just for the type of account that I want it to show me. And then what I want to use Typeform to help with is to conduct research, get feedback, get more customers and sales, recruit talent, manage events, projects, and requests. I wanted to use it to conduct research. And then I'm going to submit that response. Then it starts with how you want to build your form. If you want to start from scratch, import questions, or create with AI. So the guided practice is to allow us to apply the skills that we've learned, and demonstrate them in Typeform by creating our own basic survey. This reinforces understanding of the features, focuses, and crafting interactive and engaging surveys. So without further ado, we're going to let's start with a multiple choice. And that's similar to the first question. You can ask someone, what is your age? And then that could be, say, 18 to 25, 25 to 35, 35 to 40, 45, and then 45 to, let's just say, 65 plus. Oh, 45 to 55, and then 65 plus. Right. And so this is a required field. You can indicate based on the variable that you selected if it was required, if it's a multi-selection options. For example, if people can't be more than one age, so I wouldn't necessarily use that here, but that is an option that you can incorporate into your question, and then you can randomize the order of the poll as well, or the selections, as well as give the option for other, so it's more standardized. And then just making sure that if you want it to align horizontally or vertically, depending on that. And then if you have an image or a video to attach to the type form, you can also attach that as well. Even add an icon. Um, I want to talk about someone's age, so maybe I want to include a icon that says a birthday. Um, and I don't know, maybe I want to lay this out a lot differently, if you will. So there's some variations that you can include, and especially if it's on, depending on what device it's on, you can give some variation as to how that displays. Um, but by all means, have fun with it as well. Learning about the variations of components if you want a long answer, if you want to take in someone's address. Also, pay attention to the type of fields that it populates with. Oftentimes, when you're building your own screens and systems and platforms, you want to make sure that you're collecting the right type of information. And this is a good way to just become familiar with what is potentially required of you or what can be required of you. If you're asking for an address or if you're asking for certain contact info or even if you're collecting payment information. These are important and usually systemized, consistent things that you should know or will need to know to include. And as those vary, this is a good, I guess, centralized starting place to figure that out. And then, of course, you can end your survey, whatever survey you happen to build, however many questions you wanted to include. You can then end your survey with some sort of CTA as well to say farewell to your users, thus linking them to either your social media or website link or something like that that can direct them back to the reason why they came. So, and here's a quick like workflow to show the process that your users or your users will go through, depending on what you include into this into your type form. And then you'll also be able to connect different plugins, different APIs that they have to make that process and make that type former better. Even point your data directly to certain systems. Like, for example, if I'm collecting users from here, I may want to connect my MailChimp to collect those emails. So I'm retargeting those users through newsletters. Um, I may want to use HubSpot to do something similar, or Excel to import this data into an Excel sheet. So, just an example of some. Um, what are some other things I can show you guys about? Not going to get into that. Well, yeah, for the most part, I feel like that gives a brief overview as to what you can utilize or how you can utilize Typeform. But today we're going to go over a quick demo that just invites you all to create your own basic survey. Um, and I would say try and make your survey about something realistic, whether you're trying to figure out how many people or if you're trying to figure out how many people have as to what aspects people enjoy certain foods at concession stands and baseball stadiums. You may want to build your questions around that, um, getting a more demographic approach as well. But feel free to take on the task and start building out your survey. Make it no more than three questions or variables, if you will. And that can be anything from long form, excuse me, short form answers, multiple choice, and even some core identity information. So, and then I'll share, get back into the lesson to close out this module. So, oh, I had more spaces in here in my design, but it didn't pan out that way. But I created an exclusive dinner party, um, and I wanted to invite people to essentially partake. Um, I asked their name and their like core identity information, essentially is what I'm calling it, is their name, first name, last name, their phone number, and their email, just to get their contact info. And then I'm asking for their availability. I This is a kind of exclusive setting, so I select I have the option to select from either Wednesday or Friday or Saturday setting. Um, then I was thinking that what if um, I wanted to see, what if I wanted to test 2 surveys out and ask people what their availability was, and then um, maybe based on the common availability range, based that on what my multiple choice selections were. So that was just another idea that I had while I was creating this survey as to why this question is here. And then I asked, yeah, I thought I put short form answers in. That's just asking me for my email. But the last question that I asked was, do you have any food allergies? And that was, of course, to make sure that if it's an exclude, yeah, I definitely did not pick the right one. Um, yeah, so my last question, I asked if they had a food allergy, and that was just to make sure that I'm solving for users um, as they arrive and they may be allergic to certain ingredients. I want to make sure that if you're being invited to an exclusive dinner party, that you're able to eat what is actually being served. And then I don't have any allergies, so let's skip that. And then last but not least, my last question was um, if they would like to bring a plus one or a guest. And then they have the option to submit it and then see me there. And now I'm going to get back into the module, close out. So some key takeaways are doing user research that aligns with products, with user needs, with behaviors and pain points. And of course, doing qualitative and quantitative methods that reveal why users behave as they do and measure patterns. And then next, of course, behavioral and attitudinal methods, which provide a complete view of user actions and opinions, while typeform helps us to enhance research with advanced analytics and sentiment analysis for deeper insights. And here's some additional resources that Simplilearn has provided as to what is a UX researcher. I don't know if you all remember me saying that some organizations or companies may have a designated person or role carved out for user research, and this goes more in depth as to what that is, what is a user researcher, what is UX research, and of course, the methods and approaches that we discussed today. Learning objectives are that by the end of this lesson, you will be able to select the best suited research method to conduct user research efficiently. You'll also be able to create interview questions using ChatGPT to gather meaningful user feedback on app usability and navigation. You'll be able to explore various qualitative and quantitative data collection tools to save time and effort. You'll also create a survey using the Typeform tool to collect quantitative data effectively. And it really depends, because there's some companies that like they're screening your resume with AI. So that's why even recently I found that I've gotten more impressions from having my resume in an ATS format, whereas like as a designer, there's been times where I've had a horizontal like resume, and it was received very well. Whereas I did find that as AI began to take over a lot of HR roles and recruitment roles, that having a like super unique or super well designed, or in my eyes, like a super like an extremely designed or resume that is not necessarily adaptable to AI is definitely harder to get a lot of impressions on. So that was just my personal feedback on that. I don't necessarily, I didn't, I don't know if they use AI. I probably should check that. But I actually, the last resume that I worked on for myself, I had someone else write it. So, qualitative data collection methods. So, some qualitative data collection methods collect detailed, non numerical information to better understand people's thoughts, feelings, and experiences. Here are some methods: we have interviews, focus groups, ethnographics. I don't think I've worked with those myself too often, or at least at all. And then observations, and then usability testing. I think this is also to pick back up on last week's conversation. I did ask if anyone was a part of any focus groups. I do highly recommend, once again, highly recommend that you guys sign up for these things. You will be using them. If there's a college nearby in your area, 9 times out of 10, those students need research, um, or need help doing their research. If there's tech companies developing in your area or near your city, or in a local city near to you, perhaps there's certain focus groups that are coming up that may help them to develop their products. Um, Even going on usertesting.com and doing some usability testing, answering some polls. You can even sign up for an interview version of a usability testing on usertesting.com. And those are longer form and you get paid for them. Sometimes those like 5 and 10 bucks at a time add up, and or it can be some like gas money really quick, and you're, instead of scrolling on, whatever social media may be your practice or your preference, excuse me. Um, there's been times where I'm like, hey, instead of like scrolling on TikTok, I'm gonna scroll on user testing, and I literally did this, and I knocked out a couple surveys in like maybe an hour. I had like that extra 30 bucks. I know it's not much, but it's also the practice of gaining the experience as to how to structure your questions, what types of questions you should ask your audience, and when you may ask certain questions in terms of your flow and process. Sorry, I see the chat is there's quite a few people in the chat. I just want to make sure I'm addressing everyone. Um, some people use ChatGPT frequently. I did thumbs up the Perplexity user. I also use Perplexity, and I'm a newfound fan of it. I want to say I heard of it before, but VJ had a really nice presentation about the platform. So I was just like, hey, why not try it out? And I did, and I actually prompted it with the same prompt that I did for ChatGPT. And I liked the I like Perplexity more in terms of the amount of detail it can provide um, on a subject, and the formats that you can have them put the data into. Yes, there are definitely ways to adjust AI to make it sound more human. And the more you work with your personal like AI voice, the better you use your prompts, the better your and more human your system sounds. And that's my only workaround with Perplexity right now. It is very systemized sounding because it doesn't sound like me yet. And that's because one, I'm not using the pro version. And then two, I have recently just started working with that particular AI, so it doesn't know me yet. Whereas my chat GPT, I think it knows me a little too well. Um, let's see what else we got here. Uh, can I provide the website? Yes, I will. Oh, somebody is this something else? Another website? Leader, Leaders of Awesomeness. Oh, this is cool. I'll definitely check this out in my own time. And then, yeah, I've had some friends ask Chat GPT some very interesting questions, and I think if anyone's like ever dove into like the world of like ChatGPT via like TikTok or like YouTube or anything, and the different things people prompt to it is very interesting. I think what you would find. But to get back into things, for an interview portion, an interview is a one-on-one conversation between a researcher and a participant, typically conducted face to face or remotely. The aim is to learn about the participant's experiences, thoughts, and feelings regarding a specific topic or issue. I myself I conducted an interview process um, through usertesting.com, and that was remote, a remote interview where I just asked the user how they felt regarding their different series of questions, of course, regarding how they felt about the platform sign up and onboarding. So, just a little background there. And then an example is after launching a new travel booking website, you conduct interviews with users who tried to book a flight. This qualitative feedback points to a UX problem that impacts the user's experience. The checkout process should be simpler, and it was confusing to enter personal details multiple times, says an older user. A lot of times when we're designing things, we think about our ideal user instead of all the users that can potentially interact with our platform, and that's why um, creating user personas and persona user journey maps through those personas are really important to understand the needs of everyone. Whereas this customer seems to be an older gentleman. Is saying that they wish the process was simpler and it was confusing to enter their details multiple times. And a lot of times, if anyone has helped an elder use a phone or use any sort of technical device, it's they don't like doing things more than once, especially when they're used to writing things down. What's written down, you don't have to write it again. No, 9 times out of 10, unless you messed up. So some advantages and disadvantages of interviews in UI and UX are: advantages help to gain a deep understanding of user needs. They also help to changing, su- adapt flexibility to changing circumstances. And then they also provide insight into user behavior and context, while it reveals emotions and motivations. Advantages also Some of the advantages of the interviews also are to enable open-minded exploration. And some of the disadvantages are that it consumes time as interviews can be lengthy. It involves a small sample size. So while sometimes you may have group interviews, excuse me, a lot of times they are one-to-one. And then another disadvantage is that they carry the risk of bias. Um, and that could be for a number of reasons. And they also require skilled interviewing for unbiased data, meaning that the way you yourself prompt a person is also important. It's the similar way of if you've ever been on a job interview, and as you will also continuing in your careers, um, there's times where you may get an interview with someone and you may not want the role after you have that interview. um, your perspective as a participant is just as important as the interviewers, and making sure that they're ethical, that they respect your time. Making that's also a really important thing, that they respect your time, that they are polite, that they are personable as well, just as well as you have to be. I think that's something that we should talk more about and balance out more in the industry. And then also the results are the results can tend to be subjective in their responses. Um, so meaning that being that you are collecting data one on one, um, you may have like some biased responses or some opinions that may be subjective to either the person asking it, or even I've seen times where the interviewer um may themselves like remit certain questions from the interview based on the user's type or demographic, or even um time that they may have run out of. So those are some of the disadvantages, as well as it is difficult to generalize some of that feedback in terms of when you're collecting people's natural human response. It's maybe difficult to paraphrase and summarize that into certain groups or buckets um, that allow them to like relate closely to each other. Some tips to overcome disadvantages in interviews in UX UI are that they're here are I'm reading that again. Is that one, you want to focus on behavior, not just opinion. That is, once the person is like giving an interview, if you're collecting an interview, you want to focus on how, if the person is one, if answering like honestly, truthfully, and not just about the actual product, and not necessarily an opinion that may be a bias about either the subject or the industry. Um, and then you also want to avoid leading questions, making sure that you're asking the questions that you've done your research enough to ask, um, and that you're not necessarily prompting the user to make a decision that you want them to make. You want them to make the decision that naturally best suits them. And then ask open-ended questions that allow the user to respond, and to format an opinion about the subject, not necessarily. A lot of times in interviews, you're conducting an interview to find out what the user really thinks, not necessarily to ask yes or no questions. Um, and then you can encourage specific examples. You can ask a user to elaborate more on a specific answer that they've already provided. If you feel like you may want or need more details from that response, and then use follow up questions to dive deeper. And this is a good practice, if you will. And it does take time to get more familiar with how to prompt users with additional questions without necessarily suggesting that they suggesting a response to them. It's more so getting them to elaborate further on the subject in different ways, and expand the vision that expand on their perspective, without giving them insight as to, hey, we want your perspective on this specific thing, or we want your perspective in this specific lane. Similar to um similar to the way, like, if you were conducting or if you ever watched reality TV, let's just take this out of like computer science for a second. If you're watching like reality TV and you ever see like confessionals, a lot of times those are just one-on-one interviews with a producer and a participant on the show, and they are asking that participant a series of questions that some may be unique to that participant's experience. And then some are pretty standardized as to what everyone in the entire group on the show had experienced. So it's a way of, but as a good interviewer, it is a way to that you can definitely dive deeper with your participants and get more out of them for the sake of doing your research. And then, of course, avoid jargon and assumptions. Try to make this as you're talking to people, you want a human centered response. So provide and use human centered language. I think that one's a little self explanatory. And then some tips to overcome the disadvantages is to prioritize key areas of interest. Um, staying focused on the actual like topic of discussion, of course, and then start broad and then get specific. Um, for example, I've done an example of that. I've done some user testing interviews where they may ask me, do I own a car? And that's very broad. Like, yes, I own a car. And then they get really specific on, um, do you own this type of car? Then I may say, no. Then they may say, what select the year, not the year, select the make of your car. And that's a lot more specific and detailed as to what you're prompting the user. And then ask about emotions. We're not therapists. We don't always have to ask how does that make you feel? We can be more direct in terms of just engaging with the user's emotions. Um, and then, of course, end with opportunity for feedback. This is definitely a good sign that you prompted your user well and you allotted for enough time because um, the opportunity to give for the user to give feedback to you um, is to also improve yourself and maybe your system, your company, your organization in different ways. So then also use neutral language that is kind of coincides with just using human centered language and not using jargon. Similar to the way we were talking earlier about using AI to like do things for you, say things for you, and that kind of reading as like this kind of like robotic message. No one wants to like necessarily hear that during an interview. So just make sure you're being personable and being yourself. And then, of course, tailor your questions to the user's experience level. And this is part of what I was saying of like I've seen some interviewers say ask certain questions to um, or tailor their questions rather to certain users based on what they may have observed of their experience or um, maybe certain users are deemed to ask these questions and say you have a range of 12 questions and you're only able to ask 10 with each user, you may rotate in two of your questions depending on certain things that you may see about that particular user. And then now we're going to get into a demo, uh, creating interview questions using ChatGPT. So I think this is probably the exciting part that for some people. Um, feel free. Does anybody need like a link or is everybody cool with just finding their ChatGPT? I have an app as well. And pretty much use ChatGPT a little bit too much at times. We're going to this demonstration, we're going to use ChatGPT for today's demo. Similar to the way we used Figma and Typeform in past lessons, this demonstration shows how we can use Chat as a tool to quickly generate interview questions that gather meaningful user feedback on app usability and navigation. It will also show how we can customize the interview process by adjusting the questions for different features and users for more effective results. I just want everyone to give chat, like create their own prompt in chat. You can use, I think, remnants of this particular sentence of generate interview questions that gather meaningful user feedback on app usability and navigation, just to see some of the generalized questions that you can ask. And fun fact, one of my clients actually recently shared feedback with me through ChatGPT. Um, it was, I don't know exactly what the reasoning for it was, but or I think it was just a matter of time to like write, and like maybe also like sometimes because some people aren't as like visual or technical in certain ways, they can even use something like this to communicate what they want to say without like either in a detailed way, as of course, without like leaving things out that they wouldn't necessarily think to say. So she prompted chat to give feedback on some work that we were doing. So I thought that was pretty cool, especially when it comes down to AI. The better your prompt, the more detailed your prompt, the more and then sometimes that could be done in a concise way depending on the platform that you're using, but the more detailed your prompt is, especially to get well the more detailed your prompt is, and the more and it doesn't have to be like a ton of words or anything like that, but providing certain like keen details allows your the AI to generate more specific results. So even if you were generating like an image from this in some type of way, you would want the prompt to be as detailed as possible, just so that your results aren't in vain. And if you've ever used any other AI platforms, there are credits that you can run out of. So whereas chat is for the most part free, and I say for the most part because there is a paid version, and then you do run out of um, tokens, if you will. I've run out of like tokens on a conversation thread that I've had for a month, and I continuously have a certain conversation. I'm trying to gain, I'm working on a specific project, and I've been using chat for this specific project to help me with different things. And it's at the point where like I have no more, I've utilized all of the prompts that I can for this particular um, in this particular conversation thread. So I would have to start a new thread. So it's annoying, but it's definitely worth paying the investments, because while I have it attached to a different for a different like my personal chat, I'm not doing that. But like work related things, I will use like a paid for chat. And at least I'm not doing that yet. But work related things, I will use a paid for chat, and that um I do find to be even better. And focus groups are to understand consumer attitudes towards a new product. A focus group is considered where participants discuss their opinions and experiences. In a focus group, a small group of participants, usually 6 to 10 people, are brought together to discuss a particular topic. The discussion is led by a moderator who guides the conversation with predetermined questions, ensuring everyone can speak and that the discussion stays on track. And why focus groups are useful in UI UX research. They allow us to understand group dynamics and shared user experiences. They also allow us to explore in depth user perceptions, uncover unspoken needs and frustrations, as well as facilitate early stage concept validation. They also allow us to achieve speed with and efficiency compared to individual interviews. And once again, we have our advantages and our disadvantages of focus groups. Advantages are that they are quick, relative, rich, qualitative feedback, and it provides deep insights into user thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. It's also interactive discussions. It reveals richer insights through group dynamics as participants build on each other. And then it's cost effective. It saves time and resources by gathering multiple user feedback in a single session. I guess that's why I kept saying quick. Definitely saves you a lot of time as compared to one-on-one interviews. And then one of the disadvantages are that it's a group thought. Participants may conform to dominant opinions, which leads to limiting diverse feedback. And then dominating participants, which is also a factor in terms of having a focus group where some individuals may monopolize the discussion, reducing input from others, or some people just, tend to take over a conversation or experience, and um, whereas others may be a little bit more timid. And then you'll have limited sample sizes, like small groups that may not be representative, making it harder to generalize findings. And then a guide to help UI UX designers effectively run a focus group. Here's a step-by-step guide to help UI UX designers effectively run a focus group. One is by defining the goal of the focus group, selecting the participants for that focus group, and then preparing discussion questions for them, and then planning the structure of the session. A UI UX designer working for a popular e-commerce app like Amazon, your task is to improve the checkout flow, and you want to gather user feedback to better understand their experience and frustrations. You've decided to run a focus group to achieve this. Write down the specific goals of your focus group. What exactly are you trying to learn about the checkout process? How would you select the participants for your focus group? And then write down the criteria you would use. Write 5 to 7 open ended questions that will give the discussion in the focus group. Excuse me, that will guide the discussion in the focus group. And then these questions should help uncover insights about the checkout process. I completely agree. And having worked on some trust documents myself, I think that, and by all means, I highly recommend if anyone is doing research on like a specific industry, or maybe it's maybe a project, maybe a little broad. Um, I highly recommend, if you're sourcing a source of trust, a source of truth for trust. I would highly recommend the Edelman Trust Barometer. It's a global survey that they do annually. Um, and honestly, like, having worked for Edelman at some point in my career, I've had to work on those and design certain collaterals that coincide with that trust barometer. So I think that, and I've also leveraged it afterwards, just for insight as to a specific industry, or I've even passed it along to one of my interns who was really interested in like food and beverage, because I had a whole report that was specific to that industry. But I think sourcing a sense of trust is very important in the work that we do. Finding out what our users like, finding out if you really wanna, like, solve for your users' needs as best as possible, understanding them from the moment that they wake up to the moment that they go to sleep, understanding them better is best and important. Um, Similar to what I was discussing, before about, using certain things to create an ideal user journey, or, um a ideal user profile, if you will, because those things essentially add to that perspective that you're able to leverage. I will say recently they started doing an emphasis box under the add to cart if an item is frequently returned, which I think for me has built more trust. Like, they are doing, being honest with users. Yeah, even recently I opted to return an item that was like it arrived and it didn't work. And they sent me a new one instead of giving me my money back. I don't know. But I wasn't really mad at it. It was just I guess maybe it was also a factor of, like, I had opened it already and it just didn't work. So they were like, "Hey, let's try and meet in the middle." But, I sent the other one back. I just wanted to make sure that I made sure I used it a couple times before I, sent the other one back that didn't work, and in case I had to, like, escalate my, claim there. Um, how would you select the participants for your focus group? I think in a way, the only thing I would suggest about this question is more so like, do you feel it would be my only suggestion because you're kind of saying that one of these parts already felt confusing. So you're kind of like in a way condemning the product, but more so like leaving it up to the user to decide if they felt confused or frustrated. That would be my only suggestion. And then the last one was how clear and transparent were shipping costs, duties, and delivery times before purchase. Yeah, I think that's a good way of asking a good way of asking a similarly to a similar question as to number two, just because it's asking if there was clarity there. Therefore, if someone says something is clear, that they may not have been confused about it. And then if they did make it to the purchase side of things, then 9 times out of 10 they weren't frustrated with their experience. So some good questions there as well. No more questions. Um, so that completes our activity. And then now we're going to get into the ethnographic study. So, ethnographic, the definition is defined by studies that observe users in their natural environments over time to understand their behaviors, challenges, and needs with a product or service. And then the purpose in UI UX is that the goal is to understand how users interact with a product within their daily lives, helping designers create more user centered solutions. And our favorite part, advantages and disadvantages for ethnographic research, is that one of the advantages is that it's contextual and it's a contextual understanding that provides insight into how the product fits into the user's natural environment. Another advantage is that it uncovers latent needs, reveals users reveals needs users may not explicitly articulate in surveys or interviews. And then last but not least, it's a deeper insight into user behavior, which shows how users behave versus how they report their behavior. And then one of the disadvantages are that it is time consuming and requires extended observation periods, making it unsuitable for tight deadlines. It's also costly. It's resource intensive due to travel, long observation periods, and qualitative data analysis. Another disadvantage is that it's limited in scalability, which means that it involves small sample sizes, making it harder to generate findings across a larger audience. I think this kind of coincides with a example, the Coca-Cola example, where people liked the new Coke in the small sample size, but when it hit the larger audience, it did serve as a disadvantage to them, or at least to the investment because it was not received well. So, just an example there. And then how to conduct an ethnographic study in UI UX. It follows a series of steps below, which include identify the research goal. You have to know exactly why we're here. Um, to kind of kick things off is to identify the goal, and then choose the environment the environment that you have candidates in or participants in. So extremely important And then, of course, observe and interact. Observe your participants and then interact with them, making sure that they are doing whatever task it is, or hitting that goal correctly. But just also to make sure that you're taking notes and to document. A part of that observation is to be able to take notes and to document what you find and what you see that a participant may be doing. So conducting an ethnographic study for a fitness tracker app is you're a UI UX designer working on a fitness tracker app. The goal is to understand how users incorporate the app into their daily exercise routine. You decide to conduct an ethnographic study to observe users as they go about their workouts, whether at home, in the gym, or outdoors. Step one is that you follow several users throughout their exercise routines, observing how they check the app for progress updates, heart rate monitoring, and goal tracking. And then step two, during this observation, you're going to note that many users struggle to interact with the app during their workout due to sweaty hands or bulky equipment. And then three, based on these observations, you suggest gesture-based controls that can be activated by a wave of a hand or reducing the need for touch interaction. A quick check for today is that which of the following is a helpful tip for overcoming the disadvantages of user interviews in UI UX research? Is it A, use leading questions to guide the user's response? B, prioritize key areas of interest before delving into specifics? C, focus only on the technical aspects and avoid discussing emotions? And then D, avoid offering users an opportunity for feedback at the end of the interview. Let's see what we get here today, guys. Yeah, I feel like this one is pretty self-explanatory. Yes, it is B. And agreed, and definitely correct. BJ definitely helps to structure the interview and keeps it efficient. The others were, I think, pretty clear giveaways as to why they don't apply. But just to reiterate, you don't want to lead. Uh, you want to guide the user, um, but at the same time, you don't want to lead their responses and dictate what they may say. And then C, the the act of avoiding discussions around emotions. We want to encourage that. So we want to encourage the user to be empathetic with us and trust that we are an advocate for them. So we of course want to ask about their emotions and discuss that. And then feedback at the end of the interview is mainly how we get better and how we sharpen our swords. So avoiding that just means that you've lost the opportunity to hear more from that user as to how to improve your interviewing process. So there's some insight there. Let me see where we are in time and completion. Okay, we're gonna keep going because we got a ways to go. So as far as observation in UI UX research, it is a qualitative research method that directly observes users as they interact with a product or service. It provides insights into how users behave, think, and feel in real world situations. In UI UX research are that there's direct, indirect, and then participant. With direct observation, researchers watch users interact with the product in real time, either in natural settings, for example, their home or workspace or a controlled environment. And then indirectly, instead of watching in real time, researchers gather data through screen recordings, user logs, or analytics to analyze how users interact with the product. And then last but not least, the participant observation as the researchers become part of the environment, participating in the same activities as the user while also observing their behaviors. The advantages of observation are that it provides real world context, um, authentic insights by observing users in their natural environments. It's unbiased data to show actual user behavior and then avoiding the biases of self-reported feedback. And then another, or last but not least, is discovering unspoken needs, where it helps reveal hidden issues or latent needs that may not surface in interviews. And some of the disadvantages are that its observer effect. Um, Users may modify their behavior because they know they are being observed. And then the time and intensive. It takes significant time and resources to observe multiple users. And then subjectivity. Last but not least, the researchers' interpretation of user behavior can introduce bias into their findings. uh, an effective tip for conducting observation in UI UX research is that staying neutral, avoiding influencing users' behaviors or guiding them toward specific actions. Instead, observe how they naturally interact with the product. And this is kind of this stay neutral is kind of like a good rule of thumb for interviews and focus groups as well, just to not not inflict any bias on the user group, and then also just making sure that you're guiding them with the action, but not influencing the next action that they take. You want to record nonverbal cues, pay attention to body language, facial expressions, and pauses. Someone may not say if they're frustrated, but they may act like it. So this is a good way to catch that. And then these can indicate confusion, frustration, or satisfaction. And then next, you want to avoid interruptions, letting users complete tasks without interference, even if they struggle. Only offer help when necessary. And this is just a good rule of not showing any bias. For example, um, if you found like if you were putting people through a focus group and it was some sort of challenge aspect to it, you wouldn't necessarily help one team figure something out that you didn't give another team just so that they can catch up. That's creating like a bias results as well. And then focus on context is to observe users in their natural environment to understand how their surroundings affect their interaction with the product. And then last but not least, keep detailed notes. Is document everything, everything, everything. Note user actions, emotional responses, and moments of confusion. And then to get into usability testing is a crucial part of UX design. They it is a is it helps to evaluate how effectively efficiently users interact with a product or service. Once you identify the issues, you're able to detect usability problems and barriers that users encounter. You can also improve the experience by gathering feedback to refine and enhance the user experience. You can also validate the design, ensuring that the design meets user needs and expectations. And then to continue on, there are three types of usability testing. Um, There are different ways to conduct usability testing where each offers unique insights into behaviors and product interaction. The first one being is a moderated usability test, whereas the next one could be an unmoderated usability test. And then last but not least, a remote usability test. Types of usability testing are the first one is moderated, which is It is conducted with a facilitator present, either in person or remotely. The facilitator guides users through tasks and observes their interactions to provide immediate feedback and clarification. Whereas unmoderated is where users complete tasks on their own, typically using online platforms without real-time facilitation. This approach is cost-effective and allows for a broader range. I don't know what's going on today. This approach is cost-effective and allows for a broader range of participants. And then last but not least, participants for the remote usability testing, participants are in their environment, interacting with the product while being observed remotely. This method helps to understand how the product performs in real world settings. And then one of the benefits of usability testing are that it's a user-centric design, which ensures the product is designed with the user's needs and preferences in mind. It's increased efficiency, which it identifies and resolves usability issues early, reducing the risk and costly post-launch fixes. And then you also have enhanced satisfaction, which improves overall user satisfaction by creating a more intuitive and user-friendly product. Thanks, guys. So Lookback.io gives you live feedback and has specific participants like your your own users. Um, Whereas user testing, it is used for a broader sample of testers and prefers unmoderated testing. Some notes to just be aware of is Lookback.io doesn't offer a free plan, but a 14-day free trial for all new users, during which you can test the full suite of features. And then user testing doesn't have a free plan or a traditional free trial. However, you can request a demo, and they sometimes offer limited trials through sales reps and potential customers. And then Hotjar and Full Story. Hotjar gives you a visual overview of user engagement in with your product and gathers simple feedback. And then Full Story gives deep insights into individual user sessions and analyzes specific user behaviors. Some notes on that is that Hotjar offers a free plan with limited features suitable for small projects or individuals starting out, whereas Full Story offers a free plan with limited access for small teams or individuals. It is a usability testing tool that is particularly useful for content organization tasks. An optimal workshop is improves the content structure of a website for easy navigation. It also supports testing site structure for information hierarchy. So if you're ever, oftentimes I've seen even designers that I've mentored uh, kind of struggle at times. I may need some like brushing up to on just how to best optimize for that information hierarchy. So I think this is a great tool for that. And then note, while Optimal Workshop offers a free plan with basic access to their suite of tools. So definitely something you can utilize to improve your work. Um, in addition, and then usability testing process. There's about 5 steps. The steps are conducted um, in user steps in conducting a usability test are as followed. Step one is to define the goals. Step two is to develop scenarios and tasks. And step three is to conduct the test. While step four is to analyze results. Step five is to implement the changes. Similar to what we discussed earlier, of like defining and identifying your goals, making sure you know why you're conducting this research, what problem are you trying to solve for through this research, and then develop scenarios and tasks that would allow the user, potential user, to go through the experience and gain the insight that you're looking for. And then, of course, deliver the test, analyze the results, and then, of course, last but not least, is implement those changes into your. Now you have informed design decisions to implement these changes in this research into. So this is just how we get that. And then a quick check for this segment is that which of the following is a recommended approach when conducting UI UX research observation? A, focus only on facial expressions when recording nonverbal cues. B, offer help to users immediately when they appear to struggle. Or C, observe users' natural behavior without influencing their action. And then you have D, only record notes when users show confusion or frustration. We never want to influence the behaviors or the actions of the users. We're not there to collect our own feedback. We're there to collect theirs. And then, of course, we want to make sure that what we're collecting is not biased. So that's why you want to make sure you're recording notes on the good, the bad, and the ugly, essentially. And then if a user is struggling through something, let them struggle. I know it's like, oh my gosh, like, but they're taking so long, or they really are just not getting it. You have to let them figure it out. If there's a timed segment and they haven't figured out, then just okay, move on. You're out of time for this segment. I don't know what your rules or suggestion may be, either to remove the user or to just maybe just indicate that they have to move on to the next section. But by all means, don't help them through the experience that you want them to give feedback on. And then, of course, people's facial expressions are going to be what they're going to be. Sometimes while I do understand writing down these nonverbal cues, um, don't let that be the only nonverbal cue that you record is facial expressions. So don't just focus solely on that. And then next we have qualitative data collection methods. A quick summary on that. Qualitative data collection methods gather rich, detailed insights into user experiences, thoughts, and behaviors. Interviews, having one on one conversations to explore participants' thoughts and experience, while focus groups conduct group discussions to understand shared experiences and gather diverse perspectives on a topic, whereas ethnographic um, is observing users in their natural environments to see how they interact with the product. And then observations allow users to interact with the product in real time to identify their behaviors, challenges, and preferences, while usability testing is asking users to complete tasks to see how they interact with the subject and identify usability issues and areas for improvement. Now we have some quantitative data collection methods. We may run out of time on this one, but I'm going to try and get through it as best as possible. Quantitative data collection methods involve gathering numerical data that can be analyzed statistically. And here are some methods. We have surveys, web analytics, heat maps, and A and B testing. A and B testing is kind of just testing two things, may have some differences side by side, essentially. And then to get things started, we're going to go over what is a survey. A survey is a sequence of questions used to determine a participants' preferences, reasons, qualities, and feelings about a certain issue. Surveys allow us to quantify notions as a research tool. It is decided to employ a sample of a bigger audience, and these are lessons learned from a larger group of people. Surveys can be used for a variety of purposes, which include collecting feedback on a working product, um, investigating the reasons why people visit specific websites, and then evaluating usability of a particular product. So just making sure that if you want to know more from your users about the updates that you may have made, or if you should take something down, you want to know essentially how they feel about it, essentially sometimes before you do it. And then some survey tools are, some of the popular ones at least, are SurveyMonkey, Woofu, and then Survey Gizmo. These tools offer multiple collection methods, including web link, email, Facebook, or website embedding. Has anyone ever used any of these tools to do a survey? Well, hopefully we get to use one in class. And then the AI tools for surveys are Monkey is a user-friendly machine learning platform that helps you to turn raw text into actionable insights. It simplifies the process of analyzing text so you can easily uncover valuable data. And then you have Survey Sparrow, which is a tool that turns feedback into a conversation. It offers customizable features and diverse question types to create engaging and personalized surveys. And then last but not least, you have Typeform, which we have used already, which is a versatile tool for creating surveys, forms, and quizzes designed to engage users with an interactive and conversational interface that will help them. There's a quick view of Monkey Learn. It integrates with survey tools to perform sentiment analysis and categorize open-ended responses, making it easier to identify key themes and insights. Whereas Survey Sparrow, it employs AI-powered chatbots to conduct surveys through conversational interfaces, making the process more engaging and user-friendly. Whereas Typeform uses AI to analyze survey responses, offering insights into user needs and experience and preferences as well. And then quickly, we're going to get into creating a survey to collect numerical data. Should be about, let's see if we have time to take the whole 15 minutes. We got 15 minutes for this, and then we got 15 minutes to get through about 13 slides and answer questions. So let's see. In this demo, you will learn how to generate interview questions using ChatGPT to gather feedback. I think this is supposed to say survey questions, so we'll just pretend. You're going to use this demo to generate survey questions using ChatGPT to gather feedback on the navigation and usability of a mobile app. I am going to make the executive decision to skip this section, just because I do feel like it may be very similar to what we already went over. But I think a greater challenge would be to utilize the interview survey, and then see how for you to test on your own, to see how you can expand your ChatGPT prompt to create a survey for you, or at least create a series of questions, and organize your series of questions for a survey versus an interview, based on, because it's the same thing. And then also tailor that survey to your fashion app. Um, Maybe you want to figure out what is the best. I don't know. Maybe you want to do a survey that says that that is basically trying to understand how the user feels about um, receiving uh, coupons on the platform versus in their email. I don't know, but there's a few things you can probably test for there and utilize versus trying to reinvent the same wheel, because we already gathered that information for interview questions. So this is just a way to kind of like flip the assignment and pour it into creating a survey. For the lesson, we're going to go over what is web analytics. It refers to the process of collecting, measuring, analyzing, and reporting data related to web traffic and user behavior on websites. The goal is to gain insights into how users interact with a website, which can inform decisions about design improvements, content strategies, and marketing efforts. Some web analytic tools are Google Analytics, Matamo, I believe, and then Matamo, and then Hotjar. These are commonly used for web analytics and quantitative research in UI UX, and they track user interactions by adding a small snippet of code, often JavaScript, to each page of your website. How web analytics works. Here's a detailed breakdown of how web analytics works and what they can reveal. One being that they can track code by collecting data on user interactions through a snippet of code added to your website. They can also reveal the page views, which is a count on the number of times users view a page on your website. Sessions tracks each visit to your website and all interactions within that visit. How long essentially someone stayed on your site would be tracked through a session. And then bounce rate measures the percentage of visitors who leave after viewing only one page. And then traffic sources identifies where your website visitors are coming from, such as search engines or social media. This is also a good, and then click tracking is also monitors your user clicks to understand behavior and preferences on your website. And then now we're getting to heat maps. Heat maps are those things that look kind of like the Weather Channel in a way, but they are visual representations of user behaviors on a website or interface. They use color uh, gradients to indicate where users interact with a page and then where they click, scroll, or move their cursor. The hotter areas, usually in red or orange, show where most users focus their attention, while colder areas, blue or green, indicate less interaction. Heat maps use embedded tracking code to record user clicks, hovers, and scrolls, often displaying the data in a color-coded overlay. And last but not least, we'll have high interaction areas are shown in warm colors, red, orange, or yellow, while low interaction areas are in cool colors, blue and green. And then types of heat maps. Heat maps typically come in a few different types, each focusing on different aspects of user behavior. Uh, Click heat maps show where users click on a page. Scroll heat maps show how far users scroll down a page and where they stop. And then hover heat maps show where users move their cursor across the page. These are some of the most popular tools for visualizing user interactions through heat maps. You have one being Hotjar, uh, Matamo, and then Crazy Egg. And then what is A and B testing? It compares two versions of a web page or other digital asset to determine which version performs better. So it's like that side by side testing that I was telling you guys about. It involves randomly assigning visitors to one or two versions and monitoring their behavior to determine which version better achieves a specific goal. And how that works is here are the key steps involved in conducting an A and B test to optimize user experience and drive data-driven decisions. Step one being that to form a hypothesis to measure the changes. And then two, to create two versions of the page A and B, so that you have something to test. And then three is to assign users randomly to both versions. And then, of course, four is to measure user behavior. And then five is to analyze performance results. Um, to see if they coincide. And once you analyze the performance results, you're able to see which one coincides best with your hypothesis, or at least solves for your hypothesis best. And then some tools for A and B testing that are beginner friendly. Here are 4 tools to help optimize your website's performance and user experience, and that is Google Optimize, Unbounce, VWO, Visual Website Optimizer, and then Optimizely. So anyone want to take a quick screenshot or quick notes as to what these platforms are that you can leverage. And then hopefully this guided practice we can actually do. This guided practice helps you learn how to create a survey in type form using different question types to collect valuable feedback about Airbnb's user experience. All right, awesome. So you can either create your survey in ChatGPT and copy and paste, or import them via Google Forms or Perplexity, if you will. I find Perplexity being really cool at. I'm sure ChatGPT can do this as well, but I feel like when it comes down to formatting your content, they're not the best. But Perplexity will allow you to export a CSV that you can easily upload to something like this. But what I want everyone to do is to create their survey for their um you can choose to use feedback about Airbnb to solicit feedback about Airbnb's user experience, or you can well, I feel like that's something you can actually test out, so let's just use the example that's suggested to us. But create a survey. You can use ChatGPT to prompt you to for with the questions for your survey, but essentially make it about Airbnb. So today we're gonna create the affinity map with Miro. It's a health and fitness app. Um, the scenario that we're giving is that the health and fitness app industry is highly competitive, with users expecting seamless experiences, personalized features, and reliable performance. Recently, the development team has gathered feedback from multiple sources, including app reviews, customer support, and user surveys. Your task is to analyze this feedback to identify key areas for improvement. The demo will demonstrate how affinity mapping can assist in organizing and analyzing this feedback. So without further ado, I'm going to share a new tab. So we're in Miro right now. Still can I still can have participation, but I do want to sorry, I keep clicking the wrong thing. I do want to try and give you guys the opportunity to hop in here with me in some kind of way and at least view it and be me kind of moving around. Um, so without further ado, we're going to organize the following sticky notes. Well, the following into sticky notes. We have 4 categories based on based on UI UX experience on how the user felt the UI UX experience was. Uh, 2, we have performance issues. 3, we have feature requests, and then 4, we have user frustrations. So we're going to what I'm gonna do is we're gonna start with 1, and then just let me pull up the chat on the side of my screen so that I can see who may be answering to what. Um, but for the first one, we have that the app crashes every time I try to track a workout. Where do you guys think what sticky note do you guys think this particular feedback belongs on? And then the second one, they would love interaction. I mean, excuse me, integration with their smartwatch. The fact that it is not necessarily um, something that has a it is something that the platform needs. However, it is something that is the platform needs ads essentially to garner certain revenue. So it's not something that um, is like a one solve fix. Like you can't necessarily remove them. However, maybe there's a way that the ads can be integrated differently so that the user's experience is not so distracting. I've seen this done on like Shein and I know Timu doesn't do the best job with it, but they make it a little bit more interactive, so it's not that they're putting an ad in your face, or it's filtered into your, if you're shopping or, if you're even on a fitness app, it's filtered into your, um, user experience better than, um giving you or taking over your entire screen or distracting you from your workout. Maybe it's in your list of workouts. Maybe you'll see an ad for some fitness gear or a new gym. But there's a way that you can massage it into uh, the user experience without it being distracting or as distracting, and letting the user choose to um, interact with it. So moving to the next one. UI feels outdated and cluttered. Where do you guys think this one falls? Is under that one was under frustrations. So, but I do understand it being a solve with the actual experience. So we can still, well, essentially a lot of these are suggesting um certain pain points. It's a matter of if it's a if it's indeed a frustration of that specific user, like maybe something that a personal could be a personal issue or something that that user may have a personal experience with, or something that can be that should be predefined in the app. So it should be predefined in the app where to find your settings, as it should be easily accessible. However, the app crashing is like a glitch in a way, where it's like a technical issue. The customer support is a customer service. The customer support not responding to an email is a customer service issue. Um, I did have it under frustrations, but I do see it being, and this is not necessarily like what I made up, but it's just kind of trying to place it where the key set to place it. But I do, that's why I've kind of put it in both, because I do agree it is a UX UI issue more so, because the settings should be easily accessible, and that's something that you can predefine before even getting into the actual user testing. So that's why I kind of like put it over there and put it in orange, because I do feel like it should be over there as well. So for push notifications are too frequent and annoying, where do you guys think this should go? And then a great app, but lacks community feature. You saw I was headed there, huh? They kind of gave that one away with the community feature part. And then the app freezes when switching between tabs. I'm also gonna highlight this one in orange, because I do feel like this is a potential frustration as well. So, and that may happen. Sometimes you may have, if you ever put together, I saw that I believe it was VJ put together a map um, that where there's different styles of analysis and ways you can analyze the feedback of users, and sometimes you'll see that certain things may overlap. So there may be certain diagrams, if I can like just quickly draw, um, just draw that out on screen. BJ's was like this, where he showcased the user feedback into the 4 categories and based it on grouped each the feedback in the categories as such. But sometimes you'll see that certain things overlap, where they may also, for example, the one we were just discussing, um, while it is a user experience issue, it is a frustrating point, being hard to find your settings or hard to cancel a subscription you don't want anymore. Even a couple that I caught over here, the um, app crashing every time they try to track a workout. That's also a performance issue. So while it is a main frustration, like if you can't use the app and you're also subscribed to it, um, that is also a severe pain point, but it's also a performance issue. So that's where certain things can overlap. And perhaps we can lay out that this diagram once we do our first grouping. We can lay it out in this way as well to show that overlap. And then there's also, depending on the diagram that you're drawing, there's also the option for Venn diagrams that where you have certain elements that, of course, may still overlap based on three key categories. And this also coincides with the research methods that you decide to use. Just to keep going, um, they love the dark mode option. And then we only have a few left, but the suggestion was that the app feels laggy when entering meals manually. And then sometimes it logs me out for no reason. Let me quickly go back and check my key. Just to it is this one was also actually when I checked I was typing in to just like see if the others as well, and we were doing a good job of, like, even creating some subcategories in our main categories and seeing which ones may overlap, because this one is truly an overlap one. This one is categorized as a frustration, however, it is a very, much so a performance issue as well. Um, so I'm going to place it in both, as we've been doing the ones that were like super clear on it being indeed both. And then I'm gonna give these a slightly different color just so that we are pre-identifying the ones that have that duplicity, that aspect of being having that overlap. And then okay, we're almost done here. And then we have about 3 left. The onboarding experience was confusing. So we have quite a bit of overlap, but I think overall, um, this is some really good insight. If you were to name, I know Shoba suggested that we have a success category. So let's make that now. And then the ones that are both user experience and frustration, we're just gonna put these on the same overlap card. And then overlap our performance and user frustrations as well. And then just drag our features over because those were pretty clear and clean. Good job, guys. Did everyone enjoy that exercise? We have quite a bit today. That was the last one with the vote. Um, Ryan, I'm not really sure if I'm following what you're saying in the chat. Where we left off with this particular demonstration was that we were supposed to be analyzing survey data using Typeform for quantitative insights with Google Sheets. We had a scenario at hand that involved us receiving a set of data collected from Typeform to evaluate app usability and performance. The survey includes questions such as app ratings, frequency of use, and overall user satisfaction. The goal is to analyze the data in Typeform to identify trends, measure user satisfaction, and pinpoint areas for improvement using the platform's built-in tools. To analyze data collected from Typeform and convert into raw data into actionable insights. So I took some of the steps, being that we already went into Typeform, created our surveys. So this is essentially making sure, yep. This is essentially what we've collected from Typeform and for this particular scenario. The data that we collected, um, it basically ranked what the user's input was based on how many users selected that particular item according to the selection. So let me get into that. I just want everyone to just start reading through the data, look at the comments, and see what they're asking in regards to the data. We're gonna just have a quick discussion. This demo is only 15 minutes. But where do you think was the what do you think was the most common user pain point? Yeah, I think that overall there are a lot of feature requests and ways that they see that it's missing some features, but it works fine. Um, The smartwatch was one, as well as, the meditation, feature. That was another one that they wish they had. I wanna say they really wish, the users really seemed to provide a lot of feedback on the, fact that they wanted the meditation part and then the features being missing. So that was great, pulling that out. One of the ones that I was also looking for were that, it's not easy to use. I mean, it's easy to use, but it's not intuitive, excuse me. Meaning doesn't necessarily guide the user along the experience. And then to show how people's experiences in the platform and how much that frequently they use the platform can have an effect on as to why, and also the learning curve. Like if you are willing to learn, if you are willing to invest time into something either daily or weekly, you may have a better experience. But if there are certain like key pain points like the app is crashing or it's lagging, that would provoke someone to barely use it or to not interact with something anymore. So that's a good analysis of the feedback that we received. Lesson 4 on UX research, where we'll be applying user research to design, this time crafting user insights with empathy, persona, and scenario mapping. So for today's Engage and Think, we are going to go back to 2017. Has everyone had Pepsi before? I know I live in a very Coke friendly city myself, but has everyone had Pepsi before? Pepsi. I'm from New York, so Pepsi was like more of a prevalent in the north than it is in Georgia in the south. In 2017, Pepsi launched an ad featuring Kendall Jenner to promote unity and peace. However, it received widespread criticism for trivializing social injustice issues. The mainstream market did not fully grasp their audience's emotions or context. leading to a disconnected and tone deaf campaign. Think about a recent product or campaign that missed its target, like the Pepsi ad. What did it fail to resonate with its audience? How could the audience insight have improved this outcome? Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna actually pull that up so that if you haven't seen it, I remember seeing it, and it wasn't a big hit on the in terms of people understanding the. I think a lot of times, especially when people use certain figures, they think that it's gonna actually sell to the audience, but it also has to be personable and emotionally sensitive at times. So I'm gonna uh, let me mute until the ad goes off, and then I'll share my screen. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily hit the mark as far as like what they were trying to convey. Um, it She didn't necessarily seem engaged with the protest or what was at the social gathering that was going on. Um, until it was someone that she may have like either connected with visually or like kind of like pulled her into it. Um, not saying it was like forcibly, but just in kind of inviting her into it. But I think whereas the other people they went because they essentially like saw it as like a thing that they wanted to be a part of. Um that they knew they wanted to be a part of versus like finishing your gig and going. So I think, yeah, it was kind of a missed mark there. I see a couple. And it definitely was a lot of that when it came down to like her presence being in the ad, just because one, there it was mainly to use her name, image, and likeness. Um, but also they tried to they tried to use her name, image, and likeness while also addressing social issues and saying that they um addressing some social issues or showing as an advocate to protesting for just causes or social issues. But I think the two things don't necessarily correlate, and they didn't do a good job of mending them together. Yes, I believe it definitely would have worked better if they used a celebrity that was also already promoting peace or associated with peace. I agree. I agree. Um, there are a lot of influential people who don't necessarily, they may not have the reach that Kendall Jenner has. However, they will be more associated with the context for the ad. So I think that would definitely be a good solve. And then let me share this tab. Our learning objectives are to analyze how empathy, persona, and scenario maps contribute to understanding user needs and UX design. We're going to create a detailed user persona to represent target users accurately, and then develop an empathy map for a specific user profile by synthesizing qualitative user data. And then we're going to design a scenario map outlining a user journey incorporating empathy and persona insights. And then last but not least, we'll apply empathy, persona, and scenario mapping techniques to a UX design process to enhance the overall user experience. So to get us started, we're going to go through empathy mapping, understanding user emotions and motivations. The process of organizing your user research in a way that helps you perceive your audience, your audience's perspective. It's an iterative practice that helps design teams better understand their users and foster a user first approach in all stages of product development. And this is similar to the quick little diagram that I drew in the last exercise, or even what VJ posted in the chat. And then there's a significance of empathy mapping. Empathy maps play a critical role in aligning the team by creating a shared understanding of users, identifying gaps in the team's existing knowledge about users, and then guiding the design process for with a focus on real user needs and emotions. What is an empathy map? An empathy map is a simple but powerful visual tool for organizing insights about users. It helps teams better understand user emotions, thoughts, behaviors, and motivations. Someone thinks and feels, what they hear, what they see, and also what they say. It is widely used in UX design, product development, and research to ensure that user-centered designs align with real user experiences. 4 components of an empathy map. We're gonna imagine an empathy map as a simple yet powerful snapshot of your user's world. It helps you to break down what users say, given their actual words, feedback, and quotes. It also helps us to break down what they think, and that goes into what goes on in their mind, what if they're often feeling deeper emotions or concern, or even if they're satisfied with something, we want to know what that means. Um, and then it also breaks down how they feel, their emotional responses, like frustration, excitement, and then what they do, the actions they take, whether interacting with a product or navigating a website. Organizing these into 4 sections allows empathy maps to clearly show how users interact with your product or service. Empathy maps identify user behavior patterns. They may empathy maps also help Empathy maps help identify why users behave a certain way by connecting their emotions to their actions. For example, imagine a user who feels frustrated. That's an example of feeling. They may start clicking back repeatedly. That's an example of what they may be doing. And then when they cannot find what they're looking for on our website, The frustration leads to them making impulsive decisions, like leaving the site altogether. But when you as a designer can see this connection between what they feel and what they do, you now have the insight to fix the pain point causing this behavior. So let's just use this as an example. The user feels frustrated and then they may start clicking repeatedly. Say a user is using Instagram, right? And they're frustrated with trying to upload um they're frustrated with trying to create a subscription group and pour in their content there. What do you think a potential solve could be for this particular frustration? If it's an existing user that's trying to use a feature that is new to them on the platform, design perspective. For example, I've seen Instagram walk users through, or at least myself, through how to monetize an account. And it was a series of like steps on the screen that kind of prompted me as to like what to do next and what to input. Um, However, I think when it comes down to features that you can use for monetization, it does get a little wonky at times. I personally haven't utilized the subscription feature for my Instagram to like gain subscribers. However, I think that you it's safe to say that we can like that's something that um could be implemented. Um If it's not, just as far as onboarding the user with that particular feature, introducing it to them, teaching them how to use it, and sort of like an on-screen quick step-by-step guide that may be at times no more than like 5 steps for the user to just click through and gain an understanding of what they should do in order to achieve their optimal outcome. And then to keep us going, um, designing with empathy. They ensure that one builds products, creates experiences that genuinely meet user needs. For example, think of designing with empathy as crafting a personalized gift. You would not just pick any gift, but carefully consider the person's likes, needs, and feelings. In the same way, when you use empathy maps, you get to know your users on a deeper level, like what they love, what frustrates them, and what motivates their actions. There are 5 steps to create an effective empathy map. One is set your goals. Setting clear goals for the project is essential before creating an empathy map. What you're hoping to achieve, you're going to determine what you're hoping to achieve. These design goals should guide your research and ensure that you collect the most relevant information to address them. And then, two, collecting research findings. Research is the foundation of your empathy map. There is no requirement for a particular type of research, but user interviews and surveys are standard UX research methods that would prove useful. And then third, you'll gather data for each user group. You'll create a detailed profile or persona for each user group you are trying to design a product or service for. And then gather the UX research data you have collected for each user profile. And then four, organize your UX research into 4 quadrants of the empathy map. One being says, one being think, does, and feels. And then last but not least, we're going to synthesize these insights. When you have created the empathy map, look for patterns and insights. You can then share this information with your stakeholders to guide design decisions. And this is also very helpful when you're trying to, when especially when you're talking to stakeholders and trying to determine what the what features can be implemented now and which can be implemented later. For example, some things may be a matter of bandwidth for development and what they may already be working on. Other things may be a bandwidth of budget, depending on if you're in a part of like an agency or a firm. They may be like an agile shop where they're like doing updates and improvements like incrementally. But overall, I overall um it in the I guess real world, the insights that you gain and gather is the insights that you gain and gather just overall are useful in trying to assess what projects can be done, what you can solve for, and what things can be implemented on the platform. Some things are just, development. Sometimes we do research and we find out, of course, a glitch. We're not necessarily, if an app keeps crashing, we're not necessarily redesigning anything or adding design to anything. That's more of a development issue. If something freezes, same. That's more of a development issue. However, if someone is saying that like earlier, they would like to see a meditation app or a meditation, excuse me, feature, then that's something that design would have a hand in. Similar to the example that suggested that, oh gosh, it just left my brain. The example that suggested that a user would like to connect their fitness plan to their Apple Watch or smartwatch. That is an enhancement that design can play a role in, so that we are determining how the app or platform appears on a smartwatch. What does that look like? What screens are we designing for that? What messaging are we and then this depends on your organization as well, but what messaging are we adding to show that this app, on your phone is communicating with your smartwatch, or at least transferring that information, transferring that information to your smartwatch. So, there's a few, ways in which we use that. Um, we can utilize, um, empathy mapping just to, determine what to do, when. That middle fuzzy ground, because you do wanna be concerned with what they're doing, and as to, like, what their journey is, what the user journey is there. But, this time we're more so concerned with how they're feeling, because they're frustrated and confused. So we wanna know, what their feelings are around, like, frustration, like, what their, we may then go into, what they're doing to, exactly to cause this frustration or confusion. However, we essentially need to first uncover why they feel that way. Um because oftentimes things cannot be clear. Maybe the messaging cannot be clear. So it's not always essentially what the user is doing wrong. Sometimes the steps or the layout organization of things can be a bit difficult or not, as we keep saying, not intuitive of the what the user experience should be. I think we all know, like, when you gotta add something to a cart if we're on a shopping platform. So if it doesn't necessarily connect to the common audience, then it turns into a frustrating or a confusing pain point. Then that's the way we would essentially, or at least our first step is to how to solve for that. And then for the next module, we're going to get into persona mapping, creating detailed user personas. It is the representation of your target Persona mapping, it is the representation of your target users that you will create based on actual data and insights. It is essential for guiding UX design decisions. Persona mapping benefits. User personas provide a deep understanding of your user needs, preferences, behaviors, and goals. By defining user personas, UX designers can create focused designs, thus making design decisions that address specific user needs, which ensure that the designs are relevant and effective. Can also improve communication, enhance team communication by fostering a shared understanding of the target users. And then you can identify priorities. Prioritize features and functionalities that align with the most important needs of users. Then now we'll get into data sources for persona creation. Effective persona creation relies on a blend of qualitative and quantitative data to capture a comprehensive view of the target users. We have interviews where we conduct in-depth conversations with users to learn about their motivations, pain points, and behaviors. And then we have user observations, which observe how users interact with products to identify behaviors and challenges that they may not express verbally. And that's just something. But sometimes you can see visibly maybe on someone's face, or if you have like the visibility to see how, for example, if I just shared the Fig Jam with you all, I can see you guys like hovering over things. So you can see when a user is potentially confused by something, or if something is a sequential step, you can see that if they take a little bit longer in one step than the other, you can see that they took more time, and begin to formulate hypothesis as to why they may have taken more time, even if they don't verbally express that. Verbally express as to what caused them to take more time. Um, and then last but not least, focus groups, where you organize group discussions to collect insights on user attitudes and experiences. And then some quantitative data sources for persona creation are effective. Effective persona creation relies on a blend of qualitative and quantitative data to capture this view. So this particular, sorry, I didn't know that was the same sentence. Quantitative data sources are analytics, collecting which collect data on user behavior, preferences, and usage patterns, such as page visits and time spent on a website or an app. There's also market research, which allows you to collect industry data to understand broader trends in specific user segments, providing insights into the market landscape and target users. And then last but not least, surveys, which we use surveys to collect data on user demographics, preferences, and satisfaction, providing numerical insights into user opinions. Some of the steps toward creating detailed and accurate user personas are research and data collection. And the goal here is to understand user behaviors, needs, motivations, and pain points to create accurate and detailed personas. So, for example, every demonstration that we've done today, we've kind of done a lot so far. Usually, I think we do about two or three. I think we did about, because we are picking up from last class. We already did, I think, three, if I'm not mistaken. So in these demonstrations, we're always provided a ideal user scenario, or given an identity to kind of solve for, address. Sometimes we're provided these pain points. Sometimes I have to uncover some potential pain points for this intended scenario. But oftentimes, this is what we what what we collect. Um, the goal is to always understand our user best. Sometimes we get into a project and we start to predict what we think the user's journey should be. but sometimes and oftentimes how the user feels along that journey um, is not necessarily what we have awareness of or we have knowledge of. Um, if this is an intuitive experience, is this a complicated experience, is this an overwhelming experience? And then also what motivates them to even want to use the platform. If someone wants to work out, they're going to figure out more how to use their fitness app. But if someone is like, oh, my trainer gave this to me and I'm supposed to use it once a week, and they're only interacting with the app when their trainer tells them to, they may have a harder learning curve or um, a not as positive experience with the app. And then to keep us going, identify patterns and segments. This involves analyzing data to find common trends and group users by similar behaviors, needs, and characteristics. This helps create distinct segments for building accurate user personas. So, for example, if we were all analyzing a platform together, which we may do today. Um, if we were all analyzing a platform that we all use, say Netflix or um, on the mobile side, or Amazon, something, or Uber even, we would simply all have our respective opinions about the app, opinions about maybe if we were tell us if we were tasked as a group to provide our experience or provide our insight as to how we felt trying to request a ride on Uber at 5 p.m. on a Friday where everyone's getting off of work and either getting off of work or trying to go out after work. What that experience is like, then we would be able to essentially have our own individual personalized sticky notes and then group those sticky notes based on common themed themed common themes and common input. So that's essentially what that is kind of explaining. And then next, create persona profiles. This involves developing detailed profiles for each user segment, including demographics, behaviors, goals, and challenges. These personas guide design decisions to meet user needs. I just want to show a quick example of something of one that I came across the other day. I didn't create this, but it was I was looking for a web template, presentation template to coincide with something that I was making. And so I'm essentially making myself into um my own persona map, but I found this one that was based on a fitness app. So there's certain elements that I'm taking and using and certain elements that I'm changing to make it my own. But overall it doesn't have to be this stylized or this well designed. Um, you can use a template. Canva has many of them. The goal here is to be able to present your work as well. It's okay to have your notes and have things in a board, if you will, but the end goal is to get to this point where essentially all of your um, input fields here for your goals, pain points, brand values, favorite platforms, preferred devices, whatever you want to implement into your user persona, you want to make sure you're addressing it here as well. So, just a quick share, and now we're gonna get back into the lesson. Validate with real users. This involves testing the personas with actual users to ensure accuracy and relevance. Gather feedback to confirm that the personas truly represent your target audience. So, Those are sometimes you'll hear funny names like um, Careful Karen or Busy Bob um, or Slow Sally. Um, you may hear certain personas that like maybe a adjective or a word that's associated with the person's person that you're creating and a fake um, identity for, or if you created a user persona for, but you want to essentially make sure that you're addressing the potential issues of these personas with real users because only real people can give you real feedback. So even if you want to make a chat bot or something or chat with ChatGPT on what you think this user might um what the solve may be, you still want to validate that with real users because real humans think differently than even AI. So just making sure we're keeping that in mind. And then last but not least, we want to iterate and refine. We want to make sure that we're continuously improving the personas through feedback and new data to ensure that they remain relevant and accurate over time. One of the some common mistakes in persona creation. Um, Creating user personas is crucial, but a few errors can make them less effective. Here are some frequent pitfalls and how to avoid them. So one potential error is that it could be too generic of a persona. Focus on specific user groups and use detailed real-world data. Um, Also, assumptions, assumption-based personas, base personas on actual user research and not on assumptions. And then not updating personas, regularly review personas and update them with new data. So, for example, um, you don't always want to just collect personas around who loves your platform or who um, has the most experience using your platform. Sometimes you want to know that you want to learn from the users that don't use it as often. So thus creating a new a new perf- a new persona or updating the ones you have. Maybe you're elevating your users from one level um, from one experience to the next, and you're trying to essentially solve for that so that you're updating your user's profile to essentially give you that context as well of how they may feel about this upgraded experience or this elevated experience. So, um, regularly review personas and update them with the new data that you acquire. And then if there's too many personas, it could muddy the waters as to what you're trying to gain. You can create only a few key personas that represent the main user segments. And then we have a few tools that help us with persona mapping. There are AI tools that can improve persona mapping by automating various tasks. They help with data analysis, pattern identification, and persona generation. These are a few AI tools that are commonly used. We have Quoco, which assists in gathering and analyzing user data to identify key characteristics for persona creation. Then we have Extensio, which provides templates and collaborative tools to create detailed personas based on collected data. And then we have Crystal, which uses AI to analyze communication styles and preferences, helping to refine persona attributes based on behavior patterns. And this is a quick comparison map of the three platforms that I just read aloud, Quoco, Extensio, and Crystal. Um, Quoco seems to have it all. It's AI driven. It's real time updates, data driven insights, and customization options. Whereas Extensio is like the most limiting. It just allows you to customize. It doesn't have any AI or real time or data-driven updates or insights. So, and then Crystal is like the happy medium, where they allow you the AI-driven persona creation and the data-driven insights. Quoco excels in persona mapping with AI-driven creation, real-time updates, data insights, and customization, thus making it the top choice. Some key highlights of Quoco is that it enhances persona mapping with advanced AI features, including data integration. You can seamlessly connect with multiple data sources for efficient user analysis. You can use predictive insights, which anticipates user behavior changes to refine personas, and then uh, get into collaboration tools, which enables teams to collaborate in real time. Sometimes you may be a part of an organization that has a research team, and these may be some tools that they're using. And if you have a small organization where designers are doing research themselves, then you would essentially be using tools with your team to collaborate and organize the results. Then you have custom reports, which generates detailed and shareable persona reports. Quoquo is a paid tool or a plugin, and a subscription is required to access its advanced features. So for those looking to optimize persona map, a Quoquo subscription unlocks a full suite of functionalities. And then we're going to create a persona map. Did I Let me just double check because I wanna make sure that I know I planned out. Actually, I'm gonna table this one for, I did the wrong one, um, just in terms of the exercise that I built out, and I realized that when we were doing the last exercise for empathy map, that we were, I even though I called it a, persona map, it was for the empathy. It was an empathy map. Um, the persona map, I will upload that FigJam after class just for us to like for us to go into. But well, I'll not upload it, excuse me. I will make that after class for our tomorrow session and we'll start there. But for this class, we're going to just continue on because there is still a scenario map that I would like us to get to. So, hold on the persona mapping, but just keep in mind the example that I did demonstrate. Excuse me, show you guys on screen of what the end goal. After you persona map, you can create this identity or these character identities. So, just give me a second on that. But continuing with the lesson. We have a quick check. Sarah is developing a user persona for a food delivery app. She must collect qualitative and quantitative data to ensure the persona is well rounded and accurate. Which combinations should Sarah use? Should she use interviews and analytics, focus groups and surveys, or user observations and market research? And last but not least, interviews and focus groups. So, some combinations here. It allows you to still gain insight as to like focus groups allow you to gain more insight from a large body of people versus like one-on-one interviews that may be harder to collect when someone is first starting to develop an app and you want to yes, if you're developing a persona, you want to have a perspective of ideal users and kind of pinpoint what multiple people may be saying so that you have a well-rounded approach in creating that user persona. Um, and then surveys are just, of course, that way of kind of ensuring the accuracy of you have data there that you've collected from multiple users or potential users that are giving you that feedback for you to incorporate into your persona identity. So um, that was my reasoning for agreeing with the folks that said B. While I do see interviews and analytics being um, applicable, I do feel like interviews are more so when you have identified who your persona is so that you can know who to target in a one-on-one scenario. And then analytics is kind of like the part that is a little fuzzy in this particular response, in this particular answer, because it doesn't necessarily tell us where we're getting the analytics from, if we're getting it from a different platform, if we're getting it from market research. And I can understand why C is also a good option, but um, user observations, if we don't necessarily know who our users are for this particular platform, how can we observe them? Unless we're analyzing others on different apps, but it's not necessarily clear that that's what we're doing here. So that's my reason for not suggesting that C was the answer. And then, of course, market research. Um, while that is great to include, you should always do market research, especially if you're going to go into a focus group or into your surveys, just so that you're able to implement questions that um, coincide with maybe common experiences or unique experiences on other platforms. This lesson, we went over analyzing how empathy, persona, and we will go over scenario maps uh, to continue and show how they contribute to understanding user needs in UX design. We will create a detailed user persona to represent target users accurately. And then what we did yesterday was we developed an empathy map for a specific user profile by synthesizing qualitative user data. And then we will also design a scenario map outlining a user journey incorporating empathy and persona insights, thus applying empathy, persona, and scenario mapping techniques to a UX design process to enhance the overall user experience. And then we'll see how we can use these maps to create potential solutions that enhance the user's experience. So without further ado, just gonna get straight to it. In this exercise, we'll create a persona map to understand the goals and behaviors of John Doe. He's a 30-year-old lawyer who frequently travels for work. He is planning a vacation with some friends. Some of you may remember it's the same scenario that we went through yesterday, but or the same use case that we went through yesterday, but for this time we're pulling out his some core identifying information about them and placing that into a user persona. Um, so, though he enjoys traveling, John finds booking stressful due to unfamiliar platforms and accommodation concerns. He's looking for a travel app that provides clear information to help him avoid booking issues and stay organized. So, let's hop in here. I pretty much just blanked out this template and with the information that we have, we should be able to estimate a profile about this particular user. So let me just make my screen a little smaller so I can see the insight as well. As far as location, do we know what John's location is? Based on, let me actually share the okay, 36. Scenario mapping, visualizing user interactions and journeys. So it is a process of creating detailed stories or scenarios that show how users interact with a product or service. It helps visualize the user's journey, identifying their goals, actions, and potential challenges so you can design user friendly experiences. Scenario and persona mapping points of difference. Persona mapping defines who the users are, while scenario mapping shows how the users engage with the product in various situations. Oh, look what they're watching. Um, and this helps create more tailored and effective user experiences. For example, Netflix user Emily, persona mapping might define Emily as a 30-year-old professional who loves romantic comedies. Persona mapping might define Emily as a 30-year-old professional who loves romantic comedies, while scenario mapping would show Emily interacts with Netflix across different devices, browsing recommendations, or streaming with limited internet. Netflix has used scenario mapping to optimize recommendations and viewing experiences in various contexts. Benefits. S- enha- the benefits of scenario mapping are to enhance user centric design by helping designers focus on realistic user scenarios, enabling them to create experiences that align closely with user needs. It also helps to identify pain points, which highlight potential challenges the user might encounter, allowing teams to proactively address those issues. And then, last but not least, they help to align team vision and ensuring that all team members understand the user journey and objectives, promoting cohesive design decisions. And then a key element of scenario mapping are these key elements help in crafting detailed scenarios that provide valuable insights into user behavior and enhance design effectiveness. First, we have context, which describes which is used to describe the situation or environment in which the user interacts with the product. Then we have goals to define what the user aims to achieve in the scenario, actions, which list the steps the user takes to reach their goal, and then outcomes, which specify the results of the user's actions, including any challenges or successes. Steps to create a scenario map. Define the context. Oh, sorry, that was two. One, identify the user persona. Understand who the user is and their needs. And then two, define the context. Establish the situation in which the scenario occurs. And then three, set clear goals. Determine what the user aims to achieve. Step four is to map out actions, outline the steps the user will take to reach their goals, and then predict outcomes. Anticipate possible results from the user's actions, and then last but not least, review and refine, evaluate the scenario map, and make necessary improvements. Then integrating scenarios in the UX design process. Integrating scenarios in the UX design process ensures that the user needs and experiences are consistently prioritized from start to finish. It is imperative to do so as user needs are central to every design decision, leading to a more intuitive and user-focused final product. Some practical tips for integrating scenarios in UX design are to start early, use cross functional teams, iterate and test, document and share, and then focus on key journeys. Some practical tips for integrating scenarios in UX design are one example is that imagine you are a part of a team designing a mobile app for a fitness company. Your goal is to help users track their workouts and nutrition. Let us see how you can apply these practical tips by starting early before designing, begin with user scenarios to ensure the interface suits real life situations like logging a workout after a long day. And then use cross-functional teams to involve which involve designers, developers, product managers, and users to create realistic scenarios that meet all requirements. And then in terms of ideate and test designs with real users using scenarios to refine the interface based on feedback. And then you can document and share. Keep everyone aligned by documenting and sharing scenario updates with all stakeholders. And then for focus on key journeys, you can prioritize critical user journeys, ensuring that they are smooth and intuitive. Matt Murdock is looking, because we don't have John anymore, we have Matt. So Matt is looking to book a flight for his vacation. He visits a booking website to find the best flight for his budget and schedule. Matt uses filters to narrow his options and carefully checks the flight details, including baggage allowance, layovers, and arrival time to ensure everything goes smoothly. He also verifies if there are any travel restrictions or additional requirements for his destination, such as visa or health regulations. Very important to check if you're internationally traveling. I will definitely add that. I know some people that have had some scenarios, especially regarding health regulations that they weren't aware of in in their destination country, and it really messed up their travel arrangements like super bad. And sometimes these things happen spare of the moment, not spare of the moment, but there's not a lot of notice or but knowing the health regulations in your destination country is very important. So just think about these things, guys, and then we'll go into scenario mapping. The way I organized this one were so that we can essentially pull out what belongs where. And it's just an exercise of kind of pulling out what belongs where. And then after that, we do have another demonstration that's just essentially is allowing us to form some solutions for this user. So, do I need a visa? At what point do you think that actually, let's do this in 2 parts. We're gonna pull out all of the actions, the thoughts, and the pain points, and then we're gonna organize them according to the steps. So, the, do I need a visa? What group do you think that belongs in? Action, thoughts, or pain points? And then verifies visa health rules for destination. With the items. We're filling in those items. First, we organize them based on if they were a user action, a user thought, or pain point, and a list below each section. And now we're filling them in according to the steps that they coincide with. So I'm just having individual students organize that, whereas we had the group suggest where to place them. And then I'll just fill in the last one since it's pretty intuitive as to what the answer is. Um, and then checking travel restrictions, verify the user needs to verify their visa, health rules for destination. And their thought was, do I need a visa? And then info is buried or missing if what documentation or information they need to bring. So that was a potential pain point. And then to hop back into the lesson, as a quick check. As a quick check, your team is creating a scenario map for an e-commerce platform. After defining the user persona, the team debates whether to understand the user situation or set goals next. To ensure the scenario map effectively captures the user's experience, what should the team focus on next? So just to read that again, after defining the user persona, the team debates whether to understand the user situation or set goals next. To ensure the scenario map effectively captures the user's experience, what should the team focus on next? And this one, it seems like most people are going with B, define and context. And I think that is, that's the answer, defining context. Um, just defining the user's situation, understanding more about the, who the user is in terms of what they would like them to do, um, before determining more so what they would like them to do and setting those, like, clear goals. So, I think that one's clear. Um, um, and then last but not least, we have a quick, guided practice just to continue on the lesson that we were, the scenario mapping that we were working on, and, kind of, like, tie in this whole lesson in terms of the demonstrations that it entailed. So, in this exercise, you will explore and evaluate a user experience by creating and integrating persona, empathy, and scenario maps. This guided practice will help you understand and assess the user's needs, motivations, and challenges while visualizing their interactions with a digital product. After completing the task, you will provide detailed reflections on how well the persona, empathy, and scenario maps align to enhance user centered design. So, with that being said, and to share my remembering to share my tab, we have a complete mapping system, if you will, of for our intended user, Matt here. And now that we know who they are, we know some core identifying information about them, um, even their sense of humor. And we also have an accessibility um, portion that we should be responsible for as designers, and for as far as making sure that we're catering to this particular user. Um, and that is something that we didn't include in the template, but let me click that and actually add it really quick, because I do feel like that is important to note in your work if you do have an accessible user, or you would like to make sure that your products are accessible to all users. How can we go about doing that when a user is potentially has a level of visual impairment, right? So, uh, so I'm just going back to the my spelling is usually terrible, but this user is visually impaired. And let me put these back into bullets for consistency. And then we're going to take another screenshot of this just to drop in the file. Um, and that's all she wrote. But with that being said, we are at our in our like final stage essentially of creating solutions, developing solutions for this character, um, for this user. We know that they live in New York. We know they're a lawyer. We know their income range. We know that they're visually impaired. So we just want to be mindful of that. That's like a quick bonus we could add to our skill set and our tool bag. And then personality traits that they like to travel. They're anxious, nomadic, ambitious, organized, social, curious, and adventurous. Um, I wanna say we had social, yeah, we have social there. And then preferred devices are laptop, smartphone, earphones, AirPods, and then a smartwatch, iPad, or a wireless charger. And then their favorite platforms are YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, WhatsApp, and then the digital library. Their digital behaviors are that they're anxious, want new things, new apps, cause stress, and they prefer simplicity, prefers intuitive experiences, and are simple to use and understand. Their goals are to for travel inspiration, make booking easy, reliable, reliable and then confirm bookings, and then link to calendar, link to finance bank for ease of purchase, affordable, random perks, points of points for trips, discounted trips, last minute deals. Some challenges are scheduling, group availability, too many travel platforms and options, language barriers, security issues, anxiety, currency exchange. Brand values are luxury, convenience, reliability, trust and transparency, simplicity, minimalism, personalization, and safety. So I think this really does describe this character based on what I know about Daredevil already, and what I can imagine Netflix incorporating into this character's personality. So with that being said, do we feel that the empathy map that we created aligns with this character, or there's some things that um, are there some key things that we can tell about this character from what we've been able to gather so far? I think that was a clear one. Thank you for saying that. I was hoping somebody would say that. Um, I feel like for the most part, what we have um, does coincide with what that user is and what their pain points are. Um, do you feel um, that there are any additional pain points for based on this character's profile? Do you feel like they may have any additional pain points according to their steps or that they follow? So accessibility. Um, I guess we can say accessibility indication, just for the use, or I'll just say ability for user to identify as needing accessibility or needing help. Cool. Is there anything else that you feel like we need to add to either the empathy or scenario map about this user? Do you feel like they align with who the user persona that we develop? Do you feel like the empathy map based on the notes of what we're trying to achieve, the goals, how the user acts, and then even features or tools? Do you feel like that aligns with? So, with that being said, what are the some potential solutions that we can format based on, and we can use the scenario map more directly to I can drag this up so we can like clearly format a solution for each of these, and then we can move on to lesson 5. Um yeah, so for like searching for flights, if they if there are too many irrelevant features, too many irrelevant results, excuse me, and they need the ability to indicate needs for assistance, what are some possible solutions for that? Okay. Details on accommodations. Oh, and just to recap, to go back a little bit, the voice activation, is that for in the app or in the airport?
I would say both, but I don't know how would the airport be? Uh,
Got because I
both?
just wanted to call that out differently. I just wanted you to say that so I can, call that out differently because voice activation, we can control that on the phone. Um, we can control that in the app. However, in the airport, we can't necessarily control that, but we can provision for the user to indicate that they, yeah, that actually is a really good one that we didn't really talk too much about rebooking and cancellations, but I think that would be very important for this particular user, being that they have a pretty high profile job in terms of like needing to serve others, be of service to others. So um, you never know what could happen, and a lawyer may be needed. Um, So for applying filters, how can we solve for the fact that the filters don't update fast? And of course, they don't want to see long layovers. When someone has like a low vision spectrum, they have there are different forms of vision. But someone has a low vision spectrum, essentially they're not fully blind, but they may have loss in some areas of their sight or reduced vision in some areas. He may be able to see some things, but not all. And then just keep us moving. Um, review flight details. How can we potentially format a solution for baggage fees not clearly showing? I feel like that happens a lot, even on Google. Like flights, you can't really see the baggage. I think that was a great one. Um, you can say estimate price estimation as well. Price estimate, or price range. It's like price range slash estimate, because if something is not clearly shown, and oftentimes like price may have like be different for each flight. Um, and depending on location, etc. So that's the reason for like sometimes keeping it separately. But I think if we could potentially give a range for what that airline may charge, that would be something um that could potentially solve that problem of just knowing the range. To get into check travel restrictions, info is buried or missing. How can how can we solve this one? Um Link to destination countries. I agree. I think that would be a smart one. Um, even a notification of policy change. So far for this section, we have link to destination countries, embassy or website for travel restrictions, a notification to show the policy changes, health regulations, visa requirements, and
On
destination countries. All right, we did good on that one, guys. Feel like we have like a good amount of solutions that we could potentially solve for based on and I'll just drag this back down here so we have it in its own section. These are just the solutions that we essentially came up with based on the scenarios that we were given, and also with respect of the user persona and what they are most empathetic about. Um, yeah, I think we did a good job on this, guys. Some key takeaways were that mapping empathy mapping is a human-centered approach to understand user emotions and motivations by visually capturing their thoughts, feelings, actions, and influences. Persona mapping is the representation of your target users based on real data and insights essential for guiding UX design decisions. And then effective creation relies on a blend of qualitative and quantitative data to capture a comprehensive view of the user, while scenario mapping is a technique used in UX UI designed to visualize and understand how users will interact with a product in various contexts. So, to continue applying user research to design, today we're going to focus on building user journey maps like task flow, storyboarding, and competitor analysis. As a quick recap, empathy mapping is a human centered approach to understand user emotions and motivations by visually capturing their thoughts, feelings, actions, and influences. Persona mapping is the representation of your target users based on real data and insights essential for guiding UX design decisions. And then effective, we'll also go over effective. We also went over, effective persona creation, which relies on a blend of qualitative and quantitative data to capture a comprehensive view of the user. Last but not least, scenario mapping is a technique used in UI and UX design to visualize and understand how users will interact with a product in various contexts. A well designed user journey map can improve customer satisfaction by up to 20% and increase revenue by up to 15%. However, only 44% of companies claim they are actively mapping their customer journeys. What do they think? What do you think are some of the main reasons companies don't use their journey maps despite the clear benefits? Also, just the time it would take to not only just develop that persona, but like create focus groups to see the different personas, updating those personas because you still have to continuously update them. So I think that could be a reason for um the drop or at least the disconnect there is like having to create something and spending so much time to develop an identity, and then if you change a feature, your identity slightly changes as well, or your user profile should change a little bit too. At least maybe not all of your research, but the way your user engages with your platform may change. So I think that's something good to note. Today's learning objectives. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to create a user journey map to identify design improvements and enhance user satisfaction. You'll also be able to conduct a task flow diagram with decision points to streamline user interactions. And then third, you'll be able to design a user storyboard to visualize key scenarios and improve communication. And last but not least, you'll be able to analyze competitor data to extract insights and for enhancing UX and maintaining competitiveness. User journey maps. Creating and analyzing user journeys. User journey mapping is the process of visualizing the steps a user takes while interacting with a product or service. This method helps designers and product teams understand the user experience from start to finish, identifying pain points, emotions, and opportunities for improvement. The user journey mapping benefits are that user journey maps provide essential insights into the user's experience, enabling better design decisions and improved user satisfaction. Below are the key benefits: enhance user understanding, identification of pain points, better decision making, and then opportunity discovery. Some components of a user journey mapping are: a user journey map simplifies the user's experience into key parts, offering a clear view of interactions. Its essential components are user persona, emotions, touch points, pain points, and user actions. Components of a user journey mapping, for example, are scenarios. The scenario is: Alex is a 28-year-old professional looking to upskill. They want to sign up for an online learning platform that offers courses in digital marketing. Alex seeks a platform with a user-friendly interface, a variety of course options, and straightforward enrollment process. Alex aims to start learning immediately after signing up without encountering any issues. Map each component. So for user persona, mapping each component. User persona, their emotions, their touch points, and their pain points, and their user actions. For example, for user persona, we have their name, they're 28 years old, and they're working in marketing. Their demographic is that they live in a suburban area, familiar with online learning tools. And then the goal is to learn new skills in digital marketing efficiently. And then needs are easy navigation, a broad selection of courses, clear pricing, and quick access to content after enrollment. Some of the emotions that coincide with this user journey are that they are browsing courses browsing courses feels excited when exploring a variety of courses, navigating the sign up process, experiences for navigating the sign up process. They experience frustration, and if required, all fields are unclear. If required fields are unclear or too many steps are involved. So they get upset about that. And then selecting a course, they feel confident after finding a course with positive reviews and relevant content. And then completing the enrollment is experiences relief and satisfaction when the sign up process is completed smoothly. And then starting the course, they feel motivated and ready to learn when immediately able to access course materials. Sorry. And for 3, we have touch points, the platform homepage. First interaction where Alex explores available courses. And then of course search and filters is where he uses the search bar and filters to find courses on digital marketing. The course details page is where he views detailed descriptions, course outlines, instructor profiles, and reviews. And then the sign up page completes the registration by providing personal information and creating an account. Whereas payment gateway enters payment details if required to enroll in a paid course. Last but not least, the dashboard accesses the course materials and tracks progress. On to part 4, which were pain points. Complex sign-up process, too many steps or unclear indications leading to frustration. And then some hidden costs is surprise fees discovered during checkout that were not initially disclosed. Confusing navigation, difficulty in finding relevant courses due to poor navigation or filter options. And then we have slow response times, which delays in loading pages or processing signups, causing impatience. And then technical issues, errors, or glitches during sign up or payment, leading to a disrupted experience. And last but not least, we have user actions, where they explore the platform's course catalog. First interaction, where Alex browses digital marketing courses and then narrows down the course options by price, duration, and skill level. Read course descriptions and reviews. Check out course details to decide on the best fit. And then click sign up. Fills in the required details to create an account. Choose a course. Completes enrollment by entering payment details if necessary. And then begin the course immediately. Start with the first module right after enrollment. Here are some steps for us to create a user journey map. The following steps outline how to create a journey map that incorporates all the discussed components. For one, we have to define the user persona, identify the target user, including their goals, needs, and characteristics, and then map the user's journey, outline the main stages the user experiences when interacting with a product or service, and then identify touch points and actions, just key list key interactions and specific actions that users take at each stage. And then on step 4, we're going to capture emotions and pain points. Record the user's feelings and note where they encounter difficulties. Identify opportunities for improvement by finding ways to enhance the user experience and analyzing the journey map. Some tools that are helpful for user journey mapping are UX Persia, Figma, and then Smaply. Some key features of UX Persia that user journey maps, where they visualize user steps, thoughts, and feelings during interactions, whereas personas represent financial characters to focus on user needs and behaviors, whereas impact maps link product features to the user goals, prioritizing high value features. And then last but not least, real-time collaboration ensures simultaneous teamwork on tools for user journey mapping in Figma, which we will get into. Um, some key features of Figma are that real-time collaboration, where they enable teams to work together on projects simultaneously for easy idea sharing and quick updates. And then you have FigJam extension, which it is a digital whiteboard for brainstorming, mapping, and creating visual aids like journey maps and flowcharts. Um, and then plugins, they offer plugins to enhance functionality, allowing seamless integration of journey maps into the design process. Another tool is Smaply, where user user journey maps. They visualize user steps, thoughts, and feelings during interactions, whereas personas create friction, create fictional characters to represent your user types and focus on their needs, while emotional touch points map users' emotional experiences to identify key areas for improvement. And a quick side by side comparison of all three. The comparison highlights the strengths and limitations of UX Pres- Precia and Figma and Smaply, focusing on essential features. For the first one, UX Precia, they do not offer design integration, but they do offer real-time collaboration and touchpoint analysis, but they aren't cost friendly. Whereas Figma is probably the most well-rounded you'll see here, offering 3. They offer design integration, real-time collaboration, and they don't offer touchpoint analysis, but they do offer cost efficiency. And then Smaply doesn't offer design integration or real-time collaboration. Um, or neither nor do they offer cost efficiency. So, but another touch point that they do offer is, well, excuse me, a feature that they do offer a touch point analysis. So it does seem like Figma is a leader in this space. We have about 15 minutes to create a user journey map, um, and visualize interactions, experiences, and improvement opportunities by using a provided sample data set. This is going to be our board for this particular lesson. And this template is like in FigJam, so feel free to interact with it on your own. But for now, we are creating a user persona. Have a data set. So I'm going to tell you a quick story about this particular character, and then we can hop into it. I don't mind pasting it in either. Emily is a 31-year-old marketing manager who lives in a busy part of the city. Between back-to-back meetings and never-ending deadlines, she's cooking. Cooking is the last thing on her mind during the week. It is, just to quickly read through certain things. We're going to start with that, and then I'll pull that information into the FigJam so we can decide what her age, occupation, location. Do we want to develop another Marvel character for this one, guys, or do we want to just stick with Emily? Because we're not this time we're not tasked with someone specific. I just caught the trend of these demonstrations myself, and I prompted to give me a story, so that was what I was like looking for, so I could read. I see a good amount of you guys in here. So let's change her name. Her name is Emily. She's super busy, but she lives in a city. Do we know how old she is yet? And then do we know what she does? Do we know where she's located? Yeah. Let's come up with a location then. Last time we used New York. Do you guys want to use somewhere else? Chicago? Okay. And then, do we know anything else about her? So what do you feel like she may need? Favorite meals for easy ordering. Cool. And what is this user's mindset? What kind of mindset is the user in essentially when they're engaging with this I think we're good with their needs. We don't no, let's get into that mindset. Because I feel like there's certain things we can't pull out about this person even from that little bit of information. We can say that they prioritize work. We can say you said they're practical, that they value time. Um, they have extra money to spend, essentially. Like they have because what's the word I'm looking for? Um to we'll get into that later. But and I'll add a picture for Emily. Let's find. I'm actually just gonna ask chat to generate an image for me based on, let me copy that description in there. And then while chat is generating an image for us, I'm actually gonna hold the rest of this exercise for next week because we have in this particular FigJam, we have quite a bit to go through as far as the user steps, actions, goals, experiences. I have statements for each of these that I'll read out loud. We will be able to determine the user's actions, considerations, acquisition, service, and loyalty, and we'll walk this through step by step. Try and make it quick so we're not taking like a good hour to get through it. But feel free to just read through the org chart, the chart itself to make sure that you understand it and how we may utilize it. And feel free to experiment with this. Within Figma itself, you can utilize different templates. There's an empathy map here. There's of course looks different. Um, there are I used the persona one, just a different persona one, but this one is another one you could use to find out more about your user, and it's a good way to uh, it's a good way to help you get started with your research. And as you grow as a designer, you'll be able to format your own style of how you collect this information, how it looks, how it feels, etc. But for now, we're just using templated versions. Even for example, my intern, I can I share that? I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and see if I can share it out. I basically created a series of like templates for her to work through certain experiences. Like, for example, we went on a virtual field trip to something called Creative Morning. And if you guys are do need any resources to help just expand your mind in different ways, different creative ways, I would highly advise that you all check out Creative Mornings. Um, but I use this to kind of guide her to introduce herself and tell about her portfolio. Um, and I feel like it is a good way for using FigJam itself is a good way for you to just overall like format and be able to tell a story before getting into the wireframes. So just wanted to like give that heads up there. So scenario mapping, visualizing user interactions and journeys. It's a process of creating detailed stories and scenarios that show how users interact with a product or service. It helps visualize the user's journey, identifying their goals, actions, and potential challenges so you can design user friendly experiences. Scenario and persona mapping points of difference. Persona mapping defines who the users are, while scenario mapping shows how users engage with the product in various situations. This helps create more tailored and effective user experiences. Example: Netflix user Emily. Persona mapping might define Emily as a 30-year-old professional who loves romantic comedies. Persona mapping may define her that way. And then as far as scenario mapping, they would show Emily interacts with Netflix across different devices, browsing recommendations, or streaming with limited internet. Netflix has used scenario mapping to optimize recommendations and viewing experiences in various contexts. And some of the benefits that exist for scenario mapping are that it enhances user centric design, which helps designers focus on realistic user scenarios, enabling them to create experiences that align closely with user needs. Next, followed up by identifying pain points. It highlights potential challenges users might encounter, allowing teams to proactively address these issues. Right. We definitely want to know their pain points and what's going on in their world or what problems they may be facing. And then next we want to follow that up by aligning the team's vision to ensure that all team members understand the user journey and objectives, thus promoting cohesive design decisions. So key elements of scenario mapping. These key elements help in crafting in crafting detailed scenarios that provide valuable insights into user behavior and enhance design effectiveness. So some context there is that it describes the situation or environment in which the user interacts with the product. The goal is to define what the user aims to achieve in the scenario, and then the actions list the steps the user takes to reach their goals. And then we have some outcomes which specify the concerns of the user's actions, including any challenges or successes. And then some steps to create a scenario map are to define the context, which is that, excuse me, let me start with number one, which is to identify the user persona. First, we want to understand who the user is and their needs. That's first and foremost. At the start of pretty much any project, we want to understand what the user is thinking, what their pain points are, what they want, what features they may want anticipate. And then we want to define the context, establish the situation in which the scenario occurs. Essentially, paint a picture when they might be doing this. What else might they be doing during this scenario? And then followed by setting clear goals, determining what the user aims to achieve. What is their optimal goal? Next, we want to follow it up by mapping out actions, which outlines the steps the user will take to reach their goal, followed by predicted outcomes, which helps us to anticipate possible results from the user's actions. And then that leads us into the review and refine, where we evaluate the scenario map and make necessary improvements. That's synthesizing our data in a way. How we integrate scenarios in UX design process is by we integrate scenarios in UX design process ensures that users' needs and experiences are consistently prioritized from start to finish. It is imperative to do so as the user's needs and are central to every design decision, leading to a more intuitive and user-focused final product. So some practical tips for integrating scenarios are to start early. The earlier you start, the better, of course. Being able to grasp the final outcome versus starting in the middle of product development, or excuse me, design and iteration. So next, then we want to use cross-functional teams. We want to use our research teams, our development teams, to help us essentially make sure that we are creating a viable and functional product. And then followed by iterating and testing. Um, I think that one is pretty much uh, explanatory, doing more research, doing some user testing, and then continuing to refine and iterate. And then we want to document and share. Documenting our work definitely helps to pass it off to development, um, creating small annotations, if you will, in our documents, making sure that we're leaving detailed notes, not only for development, but for future designers. Maybe we may for example, you may be a part of an organization that you may be coming in as a entry level designer or an intern or a senior, excuse me, not a senior designer, but or a junior designer, and you may have had a project started by a senior designer. It would be very helpful to have some annotations as to what the details that coincide with that project, some of the interactions, even some details behind the design thinking. Those are all helpful, especially when leaving work behind or passing it off to a cross functional team. And then followed by focusing on key journeys, and that is essentially what process, what pathway we anticipate the user making, um, and what maybe potentially are the next steps after the journey that is done that we've created. Practical tips for integrating scenarios in UX design. One example is that imagine you are part of a team designing a mobile app for a fitness company. The goal is to help users track their workouts and nutrition. Let us see how you can apply these practical tips. First and foremost, we want to start early before designing begins. with user scenarios to ensure the interface suits real life situations like logging a workout after a long day. Some cross functional teams involve designers, developers, product managers, and users to create realistic scenarios to meet all requirements. Then we want to iterate and test designs with real users using scenarios to refine the interface based on feedback. And then followed by document and share, thus keeping everyone aligned by documenting and sharing scenario updates with all stakeholders. And then followed by focusing on key journeys to prioritize critical user journeys, ensuring that they are smooth and intuitive. So, creating a scenario map. Our scenario is that John, we remember our character John. He was booking a flight. Well, I think we changed him from John to Matt Murdock. He's looking to buy a flight for his vacation. He visits a booking site to find the best flight for his budget and schedule, and he uses filters to narrow his options and carefully check the flight details, including baggage allowance, layovers, and arrival time. To ensure everything goes smoothly, he also verifies if there are any travel restrictions or additional requirements for his destination, such as visa or health regulations. So give me 2 seconds and then we'll hop into that. So this one, I decided to treat it a little differently. Oh, no, hold on 1 second. So in our scenario mapping, we want to essentially start to tell the pathways, the story of John, and where he is in this journey. So step one, we want to define John as a user, who he is, his backgrounds, habits, motivations, what he wants. And that's what we did in the persona map. Well, actually, sorry, I skipped. Oh, don't touch that. I skipped. Apologies, guys. I skipped to the following exercise. So I see that someone was up here. The scenario map, sorry about that. We're gonna start with we're gonna go from context, learning what situation John is in, determining his goals, what is John trying to achieve, followed by his action. What steps does John take to reach his goal? And then pain points that he has. What challenges or frustrations might John face? Um, I have one example here. Of course, we can always add another card to expand on that, but I hid them just so we can have like a little fun and then reveal them. So, for some context, does someone want to unmute and say what type of situation John is in that we know? He wants to validate his for. There was some good answers there. I think they pretty much align with the optimal answer, which is John is looking to book a flight online for vacation. So, what are some goals that he's trying to achieve? I think one of the answers kind of falls in that category already. But stay on budget, convenient flight time, avoid issues, which I think if I'm not mistaken, that was Shoba that said, one of the issues that we knew that he was aware of was that he wanted to validate his information, or at least make sure that his credentials were appropriate. He didn't need any vaccinations, any additional documentation for that travel, any visas, etc. So that's avoiding those issues. So good job there. And then actions. What steps does John take to reach his goal? Think we can move another answer that's already up here, but I think and then what are some of his pain points? What challenges or frustrations might John face? What are some of his pain points that may be directed to directly related towards booking travel? So I think the optimal answer was that there are hidden fees. That's the price confusion. One of the main things that we identified about John earlier on in this lesson was that it was he doesn't really like long layovers, so that was like a personal dissatisfaction there. And then, of course, the confusing restrictions, thus the international regulations may be unclear or hard to find, wanting to know what restrictions may be in other countries or even with the airlines that you may be using. So, very helpful there. And then, last but not least, we have outcomes. What results does John want from this experience? Those are all very, very good answers, and I think definitely coincide with the optimal answer, which is he wanted smooth trip planning, confidence in booking, and we essentially know who this person is already. I mean, I did say John in the example, just using the person that we have in the actual demo. But where we kind of made our own identity there, but I think this definitely sums up what and coincides with the research and the insight that we've already synthesized. So good job, guys. So for I'll just do our quick check while we're in here and then switch back to the screen with it visually written, but I copied it in here. The so For scenario mapping and visualizing user interactions and journeys, imagine your team is creating a scenario map for an e-commerce platform. After defining the user persona, the team debates whether to understand the user's situation or set goals next to ensure the scenario map effectively captures the user's experience. What should the team focus on next? Is it A, set clear goals, B, define the context, C, predict outcomes, or D, review and refine? So, do a little review here. The answer is B, define the context. And here's why. In a scenario map, after establishing the user persona, the next logic step is to understand the user's situation. This means identifying the context in which the user is interacting with the product, the context that covers the environment, motivations, pain points, and circumstances that drive their action. Without clearly defining this, and setting goals or predicting outcomes would be less effective since you wouldn't have grounded insight as to the why behind the user's behavior. So, um, good job, guys, on that. Um, and just some explanation as to why the answer is B. I hope to like provide a bit more context going forward as to, and this is just me like wanting to do better as well, but just provide more context as to, especially during, I think it seems like you guys enjoy this particular portion of the course, and I just want to make sure we're capitalizing on that understanding there, especially when we have different answers. So, getting back to sharing my other. So, in our last guided practice for lesson 4, we'll explore and evaluate the user experience by creating and integrating persona, empathy, and scenario maps. This guided practice will help us to understand and assess the user's needs, motivations, and challenges while visualizing their interactions with a digital product. After completing the task, we'll provide detailed reflections on how well the persona, empathy, and scenario maps align to enhance the user-centered design. So, I don't know if you guys recall last week, where we essentially created all the maps and journeys that, um, as far as persona, empathy, um, and it's the scenario map, and then we was tasked with essentially um, providing a solution. So that's pretty much, or at least hypothesizing, um, our potential solutions. So let me share back with my Figma screen. This is just to reiterate. Step one, we did the persona. I don't know why I put the time there. We want to define John as a user, who he is, his background, habits, motivations, what does he want from this experience, and what frustrations might he face when booking flights. What frustrations might he face with booking flights? So for this particular exercise, I want us to look at what we have above in his persona map, right? And just pull a few key things out that we feel coincide with who he is, his background, habits, motivations. Like I want 3 cards. So if anyone wants to unmute, I can write that out. One for his background, habits, and motivations, and then one for what does he want from this experience, and then one to just summarize his frustrations that he might be facing when booking flights. So let's just change this to Matt just for the sake of the party. So Matt's background and habits and motivations. Background, lawyer, that's important, at least lawyer. Habits, do we want to include his disability just so we carry the accessibility component to that? And then his motivation is to book travel, correct? So followed by what does he want from this experience? Travel experience, vacation. What about that travel experience and vacation does he optimally want? I think we just said one earlier as far as his pain point. Um, international regulations unclear was another one. And then we can just copy these since we just literally just did it. Unclear filter options and categorization. And then in the empathy map, we were able to capture his mindset. So what are some things that let's pull from here, let's pull one primary goal, one behavior. Well, actually, let's pull our goals down. I don't think we need to go through behaviors, pain points, and needs necessarily because it kind of embodies throughout the exercise. But as far as what he's thinking and feeling, um, let me just read actually. What he's thinking, feeling, he's saying and doing while searching, and what worries or excites him. So we've already determined that. So let's just pick one actually from each. Yeah, let's pick one from each category and just drag it on down. Um, let's see who's in here. Antonio, do you want to select one from the goal section and for us to drag down? I'll copy it over. Okay, call someone else. Emily, do you want to unmute and suggest one that we drag down? So we pulled one of our goals down. Next, let's pull down one of the behaviors so we can get down to what he's thinking and doing and feeling. So how does he act? What do we feel the strongest one is here? Does someone want to raise their hand and take this one on? There was some hesitancy within his overall adaptation. And then let's take one of our direct pain points and frustrations. Hey, Shelba, do you want to take that one on to identify what you feel his strongest pain point is? Especially given that this this user, we know that he travels a lot. We know that sometimes they may book travel at the last minute and they wanted certain deals and stuff, so at least incentives. Um, just making sure I have the category right. So just some avoiding certain things and last minute surprises like needing a visa. Because he did we did identify that he wanted everything in one place, not to have to hunt down for information or search excessively for things. And then during step 3, we did the scenario map. So we identified what context, goals, action, pain points, and outcomes that he was essentially feeling. So I'm just going to drag down or copy over these, and then we can drag them down here. So we have his context, we have his goals, we have actions, another pain point, and then the outcome. And then reflection. So here's where we essentially sum it all up. So I'm not going to write, but we're going to just explain a short reflection on how do the persona, empathy, and scenario maps align to tell Matt's story, excuse me. And then how can these tools help to improve the design of a flight booking website? So first things first, um, how just one person, how do the maps align to tell John's story? So I'll just try and zoom in as much as I can on those without cutting them off, just so we can try and like, if we have good eyesight, we can try and just see what is a consistent thing. Um, it seemed like I see hidden fees a couple times. Does anyone want to call out anything else that they see a couple of times on these particular, like draw out some consistencies as to what his experience is? Matt is a professional individual who enjoys and is explorative in his spare time, um, who enjoys traveling with ease and comfort, and however, he lacks some digital skills, and for the sake of his accessibility, he prefers platforms that are intuitive and convenient, and also assist with next steps in the process. Would that be a good summary? Just kind of trying to like piece things together and pull from some of these white cards. Um, how can these tools help to improve the design of the flight booking website? So, like empathy map, persona map, a scenario map. How can we use these tools to improve our design? And to elaborate on that, it's more so like making sure that we are creating like a frictionless a path with the least amount of friction for this particular user, as far as like making sure that the steps are intuitive, um, making sure that we have certain features there to make his experience easy. We know, especially from our persona map, we already know that we have to incorporate certain audio capabilities as far as accessibility. Um, So just things like that that we are able to directly pull from the maps that we've created and essentially align to the optimal goal. So the last question was, what insights stand out about designing with empathy? And I guess we want to know who we're designing for and make sure that we're catering to them. Um, Not necessarily that it may be one person, but we're addressing their optimal needs and pain points there, and essentially making sure that the process is easier for them. Uh, Shoba said that she would definitely give priority to accessibility here because the user is visually impaired, and that is a priority. Absolutely, absolutely. Um, some audio features to come into play, and then Joanna said that she would to essentially see yourself in their shoes. So all great responses, and I think definitely coincide with um, what the goal is here. Of we aren't are we while we may not be the actual end user and we're not designing for ourselves, we still want to empathize with our users, in the best way is to know directly um, what their what's going on with them, what their behaviors naturally are, what disabilities they may have, what may be and seem intuitive to them, what their technical capabilities are, age, gender, demographic, um, location. I think what all coincide to allowing us to be and to design for towards empathy. And then Shoba said second priority would be to make the website application or mobile application easy with clearly defined filter options for pricing, baggage, and health regulations. Yes. And I definitely think that, and just as me also throwing in my personal experience too, um, pricing, baggage, and health regulations are very important when you travel internationally, and sometimes, especially in today's political climate, things are changing left and right. So it would be helpful, especially when you're booking travel, if there was some sort of indicator, like an alert that would tell you, "Hey, we there is a vaccination needed in this country from if you're flying in or out of the following countries." And not necessarily a label when you like pop up when you book, because most people like close them out, think they're selling something else. But something like directly in line, like you can hover over and see, hey, here's the price for this, here's the baggage for this, here's the health regulations for flying into this country during this time. Um, Here are also the travel restrictions, um, what you can't bring. And I've seen that on certain platforms, but I also have had to look for it. So having that information pulled out would definitely help when booking and saving time doing so. And all right, so creating and analyzing task flows for effective user experience. A task flow is it for task flow, it is a visual diagram that shows the steps a user takes to complete a specific task within a product or system. It outlines each action the user performs in sequence, helping to map out the entire process. Task flows are crucial for designing intuitive and effective user experiences. Below the key components of a task flow, that below are the key components that make up a task flow, helping to visualize user actions and outcomes. The steps are that individual outcomes or task a user completes to achieve a specific goal. There are decision points, points in the task flow where the user must make a choice or make a specific action, and then outcomes, the result or goal achieved at the end of the task flow based on the user actions and decisions. For example, you have a scenario where imagine you are designing a learning management system, a LMS, where users can switch between multiple accounts to access different courses. The task flow demonstrates how users manage accounts, switch users, and access courses. The starting point is the user begins on the courses page and opts to switch accounts. Next, they manage their account by navigating to settings to enable password protection for switching accounts, followed by selecting a user, where the user selects that an account the and enters the password if required or switches directly. In an alternate flow, if adding a new account, the user either signs in or creates one, triggering the onboarding process. And then the end result is that after switching or adding an account, the user returns to the courses page and resumes learning. Task flow, for example, is that we have successfully mapped the user's journey and managing and switching accounts in the LMS. The workflow outlines each step from adjusting settings to adding accounts, ensuring a smooth return to the courses page. Mapping task flows requires tools that, sorry, just to revisit this, I wanted to zoom in a little bit more on what that looks like. So you have your course page, your settings, switch accounts, then maybe in your course page, like what would it entail into your, what would be what courses you would have. Um, then when you switch accounts, you go into your settings, your manage account, the menu items there. Then if you select user or add a user, what your journey, how that would differentiate your journey. If you're selecting a user, if you have a password required, what action you may be taking. Um, and then if that is a yes, then you enter your password. If that a no, you go back to the course page. And then just kind of like just essentially gives you a rhyme and reason as to where you're going. Mapping task flows requires tools that allow a clear visualization and easy collaboration. Here are some commonly used tools for creating task flows. So you have Miro. We've used Miro before during user research to do some mapping, and it's a real-time collaboration. Enables multiple users to work simultaneously, ideal for remote teams and quick decisions. They have templates, which we've seen that help with task flows, journey mapping, and brainstorming to aid in ease of organization, and then ease of use. They provide user-friendly drag and drop interface that requires no technical expertise. See, we just jumped right in and we're able to use it pretty easily. So it's pretty intuitive. And then integration, it connects seamlessly with tools like Slack, Google Drive, and Jira for efficient workflows. And then we've been using FigJam a lot throughout this course. So we pretty much know what it does and what it has, especially if you've taken some time to explore it on your own. There's real-time collaboration, enables simultaneous teamwork for live brainstorming and diagramming, which is ideal for remote teams. A user-friendly interface. It is simple and intuitive with easy tools for creating uh, task flows for diagrams. And then Figma integration. It links diagrams seamlessly to design projects for organized workflows. Where next you have templates and tools, which help to include. It includes sticky notes, voting tools, and timers for effective collaboration. And then, last but not least, you have Microsoft Visio. The diagrams variety it provides templates for various diagram types, including task flows and flowcharts. Office integration easily integrates with Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. It has customization which offers advanced options for precise professional diagrams. And then the ease of use, it provides an intuitive drag and drop interface accessible to beginners. And this is how they stack up against each other. So Miro has real-time collaboration as well as FigJam, while Microsoft Visio doesn't. And it's advanced flowchart options. As far as advanced flowchart options, only Microsoft Visio has advanced flowchart options. And that seems to be the only component that they have, while um, integration with design tools is only a capability of Figma. And then a free tier of availability where Miro and FigJam definitely aid itself to beginners and small teams or small individual designers and having that free tier. So for a quick example of task flow in real world projects, task flow for the e-commerce checkout process illustrates how users are guided from selecting products to completing their purchases, creating a seamless and efficient shopping experience. Here's a breakdown of the key steps involved. So first you have your product selection, and then you navigate to your cart view, followed by shipping and payment, and then your order summary, and then you go into your order confirmation. So it's a natural chain of events when you're purchasing something. You buy a product, you pick a product, put it in your cart. You even in the real world, you would go to the counter, you go to shipping and pay, and then you would get your receipt, and then um, thus your order summary, um, and then order confirmation because you are then shipping your product. So quickly, we are going to go into a demonstration on how to create a login flow of a travel application in Figma to visualize the user journey from registration to successful login. So here is our demonstration I pre-started this in just in the hopes that I knew we were backtracking a little bit from lesson 4, and I also pre-started this one just to give us a quick head start as to how things should go and flow. So for starters, we have our yellow squares uh, to indicate screens or steps, and then we have our diamonds for decisions or points, for example, yes or no, and then we have our lines to kind of connect us and show the process. I am also going to add another shape. So that next shape is to coincide. I'm going to color that. I guess we can color this one pink. And just to backtrack a little bit, the reason why I'm adding this particular step is this particular indicator is to coincide for the components of that step. So I pulled mine out of, if anyone scrolled down here earlier, I pulled mine out of the um, yellow area just to have it be separate and indicate that we also have to later on design expressions for each of these steps. So I just wanted to make sure that we are embodying what that process would actually look like, because even these steps have sometimes their own processes as we begin to expand and build upon them. But the journey that we're designing for currently is just for this user to be able to log in. So here are our steps, nice and tidy. So we start with opening the app, and the app/registration screen is what you see first. Next, then we had to add these steps, and that was just what I was separating out just now. And the steps are to enter an email slash phone number, set a password, and to confirm your password. And then the decision, um, we're asking the user next to make a decision. Is this information valid? Yes or no? If yes, of course, they get to proceed to the next step. If error, they have to retry. So does someone want to raise their hand to unmute and suggest what component we use to mock up the no area for the error message? So for this one, the actual next step would be to indicate a screen. For every positive, we also have a negative expression, right? So we still need to visualize that error message and that retry. So that's the reasoning for it being still a screen. If you're saying screen, like I hope you guys are, we would use another screen to then indicate the login screen, and then followed by our steps, right? Then we would enter the username. That's one step. We would also add a password. What is something else that we can potentially do with that password? And then from there is a decision, right? Where we're asking the user, or an action, I should say, where we're asking the user to essentially confirm that their credentials are valid, right? To validate their credentials. Just so my uh, journey doesn't get too out of frame. Do it this way. So we have a decision, right? Where we're then asking to validate the credentials. So, and then to apply that same rhyme and reason to the login screen, we have our credentials are asking if the credentials are valid. And then if the answer is yes, so I like to create consistency, at least try to, especially even if I'm on the fly. So if the answer is yes, we go to the next step. And if the answer is no, we get an error message, and then we ask the user to retry, right? So to apply that same rhyme and reason that we did with the last time we told a user no, we provide them some context or insight as to like an error message to retry. Same error message to retry. So that's a consistent um, experience for a user that may not be um, going on to the next step. The following, I'm just going to drag this out a little bit to continue our yes portion. So if the credentials are valid, then we have to indicate take the user into the travel app dashboard, right? The highlight of this is the happy path. And then also, let me just draw that out. So just to drag this down and hopefully connect these things a little bit better too. It's a little rough, but essentially this is the journey map that we are essentially creating for and of course it would be cleaned up if you were like presenting this, right? But essentially, this is our journey map. We're taking our user from opening the app, and these are our requirements for the registration screen to set a password, right? Um, enter your email and phone number. If there are other credentials that we will require of that individual, like, for example, some other core identifying information is like to provide your name or your date of birth. Some platforms do require that to essentially sign up, in addition to setting your password. Um, then there's also the option of confirming your password via email. Um, I didn't mean to put that there. Um, confirming your password via email. So that could potentially be an extra step or a sub step in this portion of confirm email. I guess I cannot spell today. Cool. Up to confirm the email address, and then you would have other wings of screen of you wouldn't necessarily design your screen, but you would more so like maybe include this as a step because it could be a template, an email template. Um, and indicate that through a step. But essentially, the meat and potatoes is here as to what a happy or frictionless pathway is for a user to log into a travel app. If they say no, they get an error message to retry. That's still creating inviting a user to have a positive experience because it's giving them the option to try again. It's also giving them a reasoning. Sometimes you may include the reason as to why they got that error. Um, if they maybe entered an invalid email address, if maybe they are too young, if this requires a date of birth, if they're too young for the platform, then that could require an error message. Of course, you could maybe not try again, that maybe provision that depending on the optimal, depending on the use case and the situation. For example, my name is Onisha, and my in between the O and the N on some platforms, I'm not able to enter an apostrophe in my name. There in between the O and the N, there's an apostrophe. Sometimes I'm not able to enter that. So it I often get error messages to retry and try and to redo or resubmit my registration if I can't submit it. Some platforms I am able to submit it. So it's just depends on the use case and how that platform's data capture is kind of set up and what unique characters you're able to include. But most likely than not, I can't include my apostrophe. But sometimes you type fast and you're used to spelling your name a certain way, so it just makes a better user experience when you're able to indicate what your reasoning is for that error message and then allowing your user to retry again. Is that clear? Hopefully, the next, uh, I know we likely won't get to that today, but hopefully the next time that we meet and go through an exercise, we can actually like get in here together and actually move some things around. But for the sake of time, I just kind of wanted you guys to see what it would look like to, in a rough way, everything is not lined up the way it should be, but to plan out a journey map and how to potentially like connect your components and pieces. During the design of an onboarding process for a mobile app, it is important to identify where the task flow ends and what the user ultimately achieves. What part of the task flow provides this information? Is it A, steps, B, decision points, or C, outcomes? I think this one is pretty clear. Yep, those of you that said C, um, which I feel like everyone did. The answer is outcomes, and that is pretty clear that especially when it indicates where the task flow ends. When something ends, essentially we're getting this the outcome. So I think that is pretty. That was an easy one. So next we're going to go into visualizing user journeys and storyboarding. And while we won't have enough time to get to the actual demo. In this one, we're just going to go through the lesson and get as far as we can before this session ends. So without further ado, storyboarding. It is a technique used in UI UX design to represent a user's journey through a product or service. It involves creating a series of sketches or images that depict the steps a user takes, illustrating interactions and experiences. It it presents the user's experience as a sequence of scenes similar to a film, allowing designers to visualize how users interact with a product over time. Some key elements of a storyboard are that a storyboard typically includes several key elements that together depict the user's journey. The frames help the individuals frames are individual scenes or steps in the user journey, while annotations are notes or captions explaining each frame. User actions depict what depictions of what the user does at each step, while interface elements are visual representations of the UI components the user interacts with. Um, the emotional journey are indicators of user emotions or reactions at each stage. And then the stages in creating a storyboard, they follow an outline that process of creating this the following stages outline the process of creating a storyboard. They help you to effectively visualize key scenarios and refine your ideas for clear communication. First is to define your objectives, right? You want to clarify the purpose and goals of the storyboard, identify your take your user pain points and all that, and begin to identify like your key purposes and goals, optimal outcomes that you anticipate for the storyboard. And then two is identify your key scenarios and then select the main scenarios of the user journeys to be illustrated. Sketch frames, create rough sketches of each frame in the scenario and then add detail by including annotations, user actions, and interface elements. Thus giving your sketch some life essentially. And then review and refine, iterate based on feedback from team members and stakeholders. And this essentially is where you're still keeping your project internal. You're getting that feedback and being so rough with your designs, essentially, so that you're not wasting design time developing a low fidelity or high fidelity wireframe before you even know if you're in the right direction, right? So making sure that you're aligned and having those checkpoints with your or conversations with your team members and stakeholders definitely helps to make sure you're aligned. And then integrating storyboarding into the design process. By incorporating and storyboarding, it enables designers to adopt a more user focused and collaborative approach, continuously refining the experience as it develops. FigJam is a tool designed for collaborative storyboarding, real-time user flow visualization, feedback collection, and design iteration with a interactive workspace. Demonstrate how to create a storyboard illustrating the user's travel experience, focusing on key interactions, emotions, and challenges during the journey. I know we're gonna use FigJam, but I want to see how we can, like, in a way, make this a collaborative experience. So I'm aware that Figma has some templates in terms of creating a storyboard. So let me share my screen here on FigJam and just kind of like help you all navigate to that, because I do feel like this will be a great exercise for everyone to. So, for the sake of time and ease of understanding, we're gonna leverage some things that are built into Figma. Just making sure I'm sharing the right screen. Yes. Okay. And I'll expand that so it's a little bit wider. Um, we are essentially going to, I want you all to create your own page on Figma and essentially utilize a template. We need to demonstrate how to create a storyboard illustrating the user's travel experience, focusing on key interactions, emotions, and challenges during the journey. So I'm gonna share my Figma screen now. I used the storyboard template in FigJam just to kind of like lay things out. And just for some context, we're using the open app registration screen. That's the one I did to start things off. And then today we're going to go through the login screen as well as we're just going to go over it and then move them to where they need to be because they're all on one screen right now, on one storyboard. But I basically did make the registration screen and the login screen. And then we can later on in the lesson, we're going to use those screens to expand on for lesson 6. So without further ado, I'm going to zoom in here. So I broke it down a little bit further into 5 phases because the screens, we still have to annotate the expression in steps. So if a user needs to confirm their password, what that looks like, or verify, and nowadays, usually you have to verify via email or with a phone number, and then confirming that your information is correct was also a valid reason to separate that out into a different phase. So bringing that back down to here, we have in phase 1, open the app and registration. In phase 2, enter email, phone, and set password. And then in phase 3, we have to confirm the password. Thus, is this information correct? And then in phase 4, we're doing the login screen and credentials confirmed. And then in phase 5, we're getting into the dashboard. So this is just a low level, just to kind of simulate how many fields you may need, what may be free text, and at a low level, gauge the expressions on that as well. So I think it's pretty clear just the way they're labeled. But does anyone want to suggest what phase goes in, which phases go in the first screen of the first board. While you can condense phase 2 and 3, um, and usually it is condensed, the first screen being like the opening screen or registration, that's just to simulate some sort of like interaction or animation. Going from when you open an app, sometimes you don't necessarily see the create your password or enter your email. Sometimes you have to like select that you want to either sign up or log in to represent that. I believe we have a quick check right after. So, in this quick check, our question is, you have been tasked with creating a storyboard for a new onboarding tutorial for an app. After defining the objective of the storyboard and identifying key scenarios, what should your next step be? Is it A, add detailed annotations to explain user actions? B, review and refine based on feedback? C, create rough sketches of each frame in the scenario? Or D, finalize the storyboard for presentation to stakeholders? So the reason why, if anyone had any other answer or maybe thought about putting another answer, the reason why it's C is because when building a storyboard, you want to first define the objective, determine why you're making it. Two, identify key scenarios, what moments you need to capture. And then three, create rough sketches of each frame, visualizing the flow quickly in low fidelity. And then four, you want to add annotations, details to clarify actions, emotions, or system responses. And then five, review and refine with feedback to finalize for presentation. So before we get into our next demo, I'm gonna go back into the lesson and go over SWOT and what a SWOT analysis is. So for competitor analysis, we're going to be preparing for our stakeholder presentation. Why is competitor analysis critical before your presentation? So before presenting, it's crucial to conduct a competitor analysis to see how your design compares in the market. This helps identify trends, missing features, and new opportunities. If your analysis reveals gaps, focus on design improvements by explaining necessary changes based on real data, and then supporting suggestions with analysis, not just intuition. And what is competitor analysis? No one's ever done like a compare and contrast chart where you're like, you have things side by side and you're comparing one thing to another or left to right. And then you maybe have another column with their differences. You got a couple people. Yeah. That's I would say usually a common thing you do for some projects in school, even book reports. So it's similar to that, I would say, but more so structured around companies or organizations that you would more so find in your industry, or um, maybe leveraging from a business perspective. So back into it. This process helps UX designers enhance user interactions and find unique ways to stand out with innovative features and strengthen their UX strategy, leading to more engaging and effective designs. It ensures products meet user needs while staying competitive in the market and fostering continuous improvement in the design process. Some key steps to conduct competitor analysis are: to conduct an effective competitor analysis, you need to identify competitors first. That can be people, definitely at least one or two, but sometimes it's good to do a couple more just to truly determine the differences. And then two, you want to define key metrics, followed by gathering data and then doing a SWOT analysis. So an example of a competitor analysis is as a UI UX researcher, developing a new e-commerce platform is crucial to study leading competitors such as Amazon, Shopify, and niche stores. This analysis will help ensure your platform delivers a smooth and efficient user experience. So one, you want to identify your competitors. The action is to focus on major platforms and smaller stores with unique UX features like simple checkouts, personalized recommendations. Like for example, most marketplaces have definitely shifted with the rise of Amazon and being that their checkout process is so easy, and has gotten easier over the years. They've also adapted to their surroundings as well, implementing um, more ways to pay, breaking down your payments in cycles as well. So just some food for thought there. And then consideration, explore large platforms for current UI, UX trends, and examine niche stores for unique and innovative solutions. This approach will help identify opportunities to enhance your platform's usability and overall customer experience. As far as defining key metrics, we want to identify the most relevant UX performance indicators such as navigation simplicity, loading speed, checkout process, product search efficiency, and user satisfaction. And for consideration, we want to tailor metrics to what matters most for your users. For instance, if quick purchasing is key, focus on checkout process and loading times. This ensures you're tracking metrics that directly impact user experience and business goals. When you get to gather when you start to gather data, you want to test competitor websites, review user feedback, and gather insights from online UX reports. Analyze competitor designs, user flows, and any common pain points. So you want to firsthand usage of competitor platforms provides deeper insights into their strengths and weaknesses, such as how easy their product search is or how intuitive the overall experience feels to users. And then when you get to your SWOT analysis, you want to begin analyzing the strengths with intuitive design, for example, and your weaknesses, if there is any confusion in navigation, or your opportunities as far as a faster checkout. You also want to be aware of your threats, new players in the market for each competitor. And then for consideration, you want to look for gaps where your design can excel, like offering a more engaging product discovery experience or simplifying common pain points like returns. This will help differentiate your platform and capitalize on competitor weaknesses. So some tools for doing a SWOT analysis is that you can use ChatGPT to generate a SWOT analysis for a company, product, or service, focusing on key strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats by considering current market trends, customer feedback, and competitor strategies. You can also use Perplexity to prompt and analyze the complexity and predictability of company product, service, and strategies while providing a SWOT analysis considering the unpredictability in the market, competitor actions, and potential areas for gaining an edge. Some examples of competitor analysis influencing design decisions. Through competitor analysis, services like Spotify and Apple Music identify key opportunities to enhance user experiences, thus driving innovation and increased loyalty. So, a quick show of hands. How many people use Spotify? Someone else is a YouTube music lover. I haven't tried their music library, so. And then Varesh says he doesn't own the Apple product. That's fair game, fair game. So do you use Spotify? Or do you use any other music platforms, Varesh? So just to get back into it, Spotify analyzed Apple Music's approach and enhanced personalization with Discover Weekly. And I'm sure everyone that does use Spotify enjoys their Discover Weekly or the customized playlist that they provide, thus improving user engagement through personalized playlists. And that was definitely the result as to why they were able to leverage some of the users from Apple Music. As far as Uber and Lyft, they use competitive insights to refine their offerings, boost customer satisfaction, and build trust through transparent pricing models. So I feel like for the most part, I don't necessarily going to do a survey on this one, but I feel like for the most part, people usually when they're looking for a ride, they check both apps to see whichever one's cheaper. That's what I've discovered, even with friends. So Uber introduced upfront pricing after monitoring competitive trends, which Lyft adopted soon after. That's adapting to their market, right? And increasing user trust and transparency in ride costs. Another one is Amazon and Walmart. Amazon and Walmart use competitive strategies to enhance customer loyalty by offering faster shipping options, exclusive benefits through their subscription services. So their competitor analysis, Amazon introduced Prime membership for fast free shipping, which Walmart later countered with its own subscription service, Walmart Plus. Both companies boosted customer loyalty by offering faster shipping and exclusive perks. And then for our next demo, we're going to get into our SWOT analysis and deriving insights. I'm going to demonstrate how to organize a SWOT board and how to derive actionable insights to guide design strategies. So, getting back into my other screen. All right. So now we're a little bit lower in that board where we're going over the SWOT analysis. We're examining Expedia, Kayak, and Airbnb because we're building a travel app, right? So while Airbnb doesn't have the opportunity or leverage the opportunity for you to book flights, they do have a great opportunity for you to book experiences and kind of carrying you the rest of the way as well. And they also have a great customer service model, so we just want to leverage them as well. So the SWOT has is basically an acronym. S stands for strengths, W stands for weaknesses, O stands for opportunities, and T stands for threats. So quickly, let me see how long this is supposed to be. Points system. Okay. They have a large inventory, um, as well as bundling flight and hotel, and then they seem to be a trusted brand. Like those answers as well, so I that's why I still wrote them on the card. Has anyone identified any weaknesses? It's okay if we don't have any, if we don't know necessarily. But has anyone identified any weaknesses with Expedia?
I
No?
think for me, maybe I don't think it's a weakness, but
And then for opportunities, is that what do you think is an opportunity, Meg, that the that Expedia can carry over? I had here to simplify the checkout, um, and then a mobile first redesign because the mobile is not as friendly as the desktop version in terms of just the ease of use and finding things. Any potential threats, maybe? Now, this one may be a little bit out of what we can imagine, but I guess I'll reveal the answer first, and then we could like build off of that. So niche apps offer more smoother experiences like Hopper or Scanner. Um, I agree with that. I use Hopper more than I use Expedia, as far as comparing pricing and finding like the best price. So I can definitely understand that. Um, I guess their threats are also experience apps, because I feel like Expedia has a portion of that built into their platform, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I saw. So I'll note that one as well. Yeah, I think that's an overall threat as well. For a lot of these platforms, especially Airbnb, took a huge hit during COVID. And we are out of time for this, but I do want to reveal what I had for Kayak and Airbnb as far as the SWOT analysis as well, just to show some variations of what strengths and some variations of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for different platforms. So for Kayak, we had powerful filters, their price alerts, multiple travel models, and then for weaknesses, it was overwhelming in comparisons or cluttered with results. And then for opportunities, we saw that it was personalized recommendations streamlined by mobile flow. And then for threats, direct airline apps offer cheaper rates. So just some insight there as far as like highest platform and what was found. And then for Airbnb, their strengths is that they offer unique stays, strong community reviews, and brand loyalty. And then weaknesses are the rising fees, inconsistent quality, and safety concerns, and which I feel like a few people have seen with Airbnb. And then opportunities, add verified host, and then transparent pricing. And then some threats are competitors expanding into alternative stays, like Verbo and Booking.com. So overall, we were tasked with simplifying complex flows, booking comparisons for checkout, and then increasing transparency with fees and restrictions. We found that we the need for added personalization, recommendations and alerts, and then emphasizing trust and safety signals. So it does leverage some of what we discovered with Expedia and certain things, while niche to Kayak or niche to Airbnb, or specific, excuse me, to Kayak or Airbnb. The essence or the tone of what we discovered was essentially the same, or had similarities in it as well. And that's because they've also done a SWOT and competitor analysis to determine how they can either align with their market and as well as differentiate themselves from their market and expand. And then next we have another quick check. So in this quick check, you are tasked with improving your company's market position. What is the first step you should take according to the key steps in competitor analysis? Should you, one, conduct a SWOT analysis of your product? B, identify your main competitors in the market? C, gather as much data as possible on the market? Or D, define the key performance metrics to track? Yeah, we got Pretty consistent answers in the chat. And this one is B. 2 for 2, guys. Let's go. So, quick explanation on that one. When building I think I copied this text, but the answer is still right. Competitor analysis follows a structure sequence. First, you want to identify your main competitors, know who you're analyzing, and then gather your data, understanding their products, positioning, and strategies. Analyze it using SWOT, or feature comparison pricing, or some pricing and user experience, and then defining KPIs, your key performance indicators, to track performance against competitors, and then derive insights to inform strategy. So before analyzing strengths and weaknesses or tracking metrics, you must first know who your competitors are. We had another guided practice, which essentially, in this exercise, we will engage in both crafting a user journey map and a task flow in Figma, where we'll start to visualize the strategies of a typical customer interaction from initial contact through to purchase completion. Following this, we'll develop a detailed task flow that outlines every decision and action within the user experience. This guided practice will enhance your ability to use Figma to create insightful, visually appealing diagrams that can effectively communicate user interactions dynamics in any UI/UX design project. So we have another board here where across we have awareness, consideration, selection, purchase, and post-purchase. Those are kind of like representing our stages, essentially. And then we are creating some insight around actions, thoughts and feelings, pain points, and opportunities. So just gonna reveal the first one just so we see the rhyme and reason. So for based on the action that coincides with awareness is that the user sees an ad or social media post about cheap flights, right? And then for awareness, their thoughts and feelings are they're excited, inspired to start planning a trip. Some pain points that they may be aware of at that time are that they're unsure if the app is trustworthy or legit. And then an opportunity under awareness is that you can begin to highlight verified reviews, trust badges, and secure booking. You want to display your wins essentially at a high level. What can validate uh, your company or your business? And then next, under consideration, what is a potential when you're considering making a selection? What is a potential action excuse me, when you're considering signing up for an app, what is your potential action that you may do? And then opportunities, what do you feel like? Um, I know this one may be a little harder to answer, but do you feel like there's any opportunities at this stage when you're considering and when you're browsing? And then in regards to selection, who else do we have browsing around in here? So for selection, if once you're making a selection as far as where you want to go, what do you feel is what was your natural action to be?
Yeah.
And then where do you feel like an opportunity is here based on your actions, thoughts, feelings, and pain points? Um, nice, nice, nice. And we have a couple left, so I'm just gonna like read through these. But I feel like for the most part, we get the gist of this. Um, we're essentially providing at a more concise level. Um, we're simulating the user experience at each step, essentially. So during the purchase phase, the action is that the user would be proceeding to checkout, entering travelers and payment details. So your name, your date of birth, if you have to use your passport or visa, like that information, and then of course your payment details. And then as far as thoughts and feelings during that purchase time, can be a little nervous, worried about booking errors or double charges. Had that happen to me on a couple platforms, where there were some booking errors, and it's just unbeknownst to me at least, I was able to rectify some of it, but sometimes it does become a little bit difficult in dealing with potential booking errors when it comes down to travel. So a potential pain point during purchase is that the forms can be complicated, and then there are surprise service fees or failed payments. And then an opportunity during that time is that you can simplify the checkout flow, show pricing breakdown before payment so that people know exactly what they're paying to the down to the taxes and fees before they actually start to enter their card and while they're still browsing. So that's just some insight there. And then post purchase, once you are done, usually in most expressions, after you complete a task successfully, you have to inform the user of what they've done. Whether it's on the screen, a modal saying that they successfully done something or completed a task, for example, a download, or if you're purchasing concert tickets, making sure those tickets land in your inbox, some sort of follow up. So, post purchase, you receive a booking confirmation and trip itinerary in the app. And then your thoughts and feelings at that time is that the stress is all over. You are happy, relieved, and excited about the upcoming trip. And then a potential pain point there is that the the app doesn't update delays. It's a confusing itinerary and then management. Has anyone ever seen that before when booking a flight that maybe you got your ticket, but the app may not have update delays and you get to the airport and your flight is delayed, so now you're there extended amount of time? Okay, we got a couple people that's happened to. I'm like, I know that's a pretty common issue. But I think some airlines have gotten better with it, but it's still kind of like touch and go when it gets down to letting someone know in enough time. Maybe they've already arrived at the airport if you're one of those people like myself most times, where try and get to the airport in, I would say, an efficient time, a couple hours early or an hour and a half at least. So, and some opportunities there are to provide real time updates, easy access to tickets, and boarding passes. So, some key takeaways from Lesson 5 was that user journey mapping is the process of visualizing the steps a user takes while interacting with a product or service. A task flow is a visual representation of the user's path to complete a specific task within a product or system. And then storyboarding is a visual representation of a user's journey through a product or service. And it's used in UI UX design to plan and communicate user interactions and experiences. A competitor analysis is the process of identifying your competitors and researching their products, services, strengths, weaknesses, and market position. For lesson 6, to continue UX research, applying user research to design, we're going to now get into presenting our findings, presenting our UX research findings. So a quick recap of what we learned in lesson 5 overall. We just finished it. The user journey mapping visualizes the steps a user takes when interacting with a product or service. Task flow shows the user's path to complete a task within a product or system, while storyboarding represents a user's journey through a product, planning and communicating interactions in UI UX design. And then last but not least, we have competitive analysis, which we did today, which identified competitors and examines their product strengths, weaknesses, and market position. And then for our engage and think today, in 2012, Google introduced Google Glass, a wearable device that promised to change how people interacted with technology, showcasing features like voice commands and real-time information displays. Despite its initial excitement, the product struggled to gain traction and acceptance among the market. Why did Google Glass fail to gain acceptance despite being an innovative product? Getting back into it, today's learning objectives is that by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to apply the 7 Ps framework to efficiently communicate UX research findings to stakeholders. You utilize tools like FigJam and Miro to document UX research findings efficiently or effectively, and then modify presentation styles to suit the needs of various stakeholder audiences. And then you'll be able to create Figma slides to present UX research findings clearly and engagingly. So let's get into the 7 Ps of effective presentation. The importance of presenting UX research is that presenting UX research is important because it helps designers, developers, and stakeholders understand user needs and behaviors. It outlines key steps from setting the purpose to gathering feedback and ensuring presentations are organized, engaging, and impactful for the audience. The steps to follow are purpose, planning, preparation, practice, presentation, poise, and post evaluation. And then defining these steps. It outlines key steps of the 7 Ps outline key steps from setting the purpose to gathering feedback and sharing presentations. Oh, I just read that. The steps are for purpose, we want to define the goal clearly and set presentation objectives. For planning, we want to organize the content and structure for audience engagement. And then 3, for preparation, we want to gather materials and gather everything that is needed and ready and get it ready beforehand. And then we want to rehearse thoroughly to improve delivery and reduce anxiety. And then the next step is during the presentation, we want to deliver the content confidently and connect with the audience. And then poise, maintain control and confidence throughout the presentation. And then last but not least, post evaluation is to collect feedback and identify areas to improve next time. Similar to the way we conduct our presentations here, I do practice and make sure that I'm prepared, especially with our guided practices and quick checks, making sure that I'm improving along the way as well. So that's giving some thought and some improvement to the feedback that you guys may provide. And then for the case study, Google's UX research presentation for Google Maps redesign. The background is that Google Maps is one of the most widely used navigation apps globally, and the team at Google constantly conducts UX research to improve the product. In 2018, Google conducted extensive UX research to understand user pain points, focusing on enhancing features like public transit, updates, location sharing, and offline maps. The problem was that the UX research team faced challenges in presenting their findings to key stakeholders. Initial presentations were data heavy and failed to convey the user's needs clearly. The key issues included overwhelming data, presentations were overloaded with statistics and technical jargon, making it hard for stakeholders to see the key insights. And then stakeholders felt disconnected from the actual user problems. The presentation didn't translate the data into a relatable story. It lacked connection. And then the low engagement, the presentation style was static with minimal interaction, leading to passive listening rather than active participation. Going into applying the 7 Ps in Google's UX research presentation, we want to start with purpose, where the team sets a clear goal to show how UX improvements could enhance user experience and drive engagement, and then get into planning, where the team tailors content to each group's interests, recognizing the varied audience of engineers, product managers, and and executives. Followed by preparation, where the team prepared the presentation as a user journey, highlighting Google Maps shortcomings through heat maps, user flow diagrams, and data visualizations. And then practicing, the team conducted several practice sessions, refining their delivery to maintain a smooth flow. They anticipated potential questions. Questions from stakeholders and prepared. And then next, they continue to present. During the presentation, the team used live demonstrations to showcase how proposed changes would look and function in the app. And then they stayed poised. The team coached presenters to maintain a confident demeanor and use clear language and make eye contact to engage the audience. And then post evaluation, the team collected feedback after the presentation through surveys and follow up meetings with key stakeholders. The results of that was that they were able to increase stakeholder buy in. The engaging presentation boosted stakeholder support, leading to additional resources for design. And sometimes when you're a part of larger organizations, you may have something that you're pitching as an enhancement or improvement, and essentially you're trying to get that support from your stakeholders, then in order to further develop it. If you don't necessarily pass that point, your project is kind of like shelved or on the back burner, or until it's ready, or at least until there is a better optimal time to implement it. So just some food for thought there. And then it was a faster decision making, clearer links between pay points and solutions, sped up decision making by 30%. The product improvements were that recommendations led to Google Maps updates, enhancing transit updates, offline maps, and routes. And then it enhanced user experience. Changes increase active users by 15% and improve satisfaction with navigation and transit updates. So for today's quick check, we have which step of the 7 Ps framework is essential for setting a clear direction and aligning your presentation with stakeholder expectations and needs. Okay, we got a mixed review here. I did put this one in Figma, but just to not switch back and forth, because I don't believe there's a guided practice directly after this quick check. It seems like a lot of people chose A, a few people chose B, and the answer is A. So here's why. In the 7 Ps framework, purpose, people, preparation, process, practice, presence employees. The very first step is purpose, as it's critical, defines why you are presenting. Ensures your message aligns with stakeholder expectations and needs. And then without a clear purpose, even a polished presentation can miss the mark. So just some insight there. And then getting back into the lesson. Our next segment is communicating your research findings to stakeholders. So for UX researchers and designers, the real impact comes from effectively communicating research findings and design concepts to stakeholders. Tailoring presentations for different stakeholders. So answering these questions will help you tailor your presentation for different stakeholder groups. How can you keep stakeholders engaged and informed as the project progresses? How will your presentation or concepts resonate with the varied interests and roles of each stakeholder? How can you encourage decision making among diverse stakeholders? And should you conduct separate presentations due to the broad range of stakeholders involved? How will you prioritize the information you present? So, for example, you may be a part of an organization where you have a design manager and you have um, other people that are part of your other design leads that are part of your design organization. And those may be considered your design stakeholders, while there are business operation leads, and they have a different scope in mind. You may have a representative that has a legal perspective, and they can be one or a few of your stakeholders. Development can bring some members to the table and some higher ups to the table to determine if this is a smart development tool, this is a smart um, implementation for development. So I think the overall just is to maybe refine your groups or your key stakeholders, one, identifying who they are, especially who you need to get the project done, and then presenting first in your org and then to your higher ups if it's requires their resources and input as well to get the needle to move. So an example of tailoring presentations for different stakeholders is that imagine you conducted UX research for a mobile banking app, and your stakeholders consist of designers, developers, and product managers. So, for example, your designers care about how things look and feel. Their focus is on design related findings such as user interface preferences, navigation issues, and visual design suggestions. You want to communicate using visuals like heat maps and user journeys, maps to highlight design challenges and how improvements can enhance the user experience. And then next, you want developers that care about the technical side of things. So their focus is more on the technical issues, including performance problems, bugs, and challenges in app development. And also at this stage, when you're presenting, they may also want to, they also would be concerned or focus more so on like what potential integrations you may need, where APIs may be able to support your task at hand. So you want to communicate with code snippets and technical details that if you have identified some options as to what API may help ease this process or how best to integrate it, you may want to share that with them at this time because it's about identifying issues and then proposing feasible solutions. They would much rather consider the workload and potential for for a minimum viable product, which is an MVP. What's the leanest version you can um, get out to then start testing and getting feedback? So that's essentially what an MVP will give you. And then for product managers, they care about the business goals. essentially, yes, we are all here to make money. While we do care and care about and empathize with our users, um, we still have, to live and support ourselves and our families. So their focus is on the insight related to user engagement, retention, and alignment with business goals. The best ways to communicate with them are by using data to demonstrate how UX improvements can benefit the business and explain how the research aligns with the product roadmap and strategic outcome objectives. So, quick group discussion. If you're presenting to the CEO, the scenario there is that imagine you have to present your UX research findings for a mobile banking app to your organization CEO. The CEO is responsible for setting the overall strategic direction and making high-level decisions that affect the entire company. What should we focus on when presenting to the CEO? How should we communicate our findings and recommendations to align with the CEO's perspective? So, who wants to take on one and unmute? Uh, in the previous slide, we did say that while the product managers are um, concerned with how it aligns with the business and the business goals and creating like a product roadmap or strategic objectives, identifying those, using data. The CEOs are also interested in those things too, at a high level, of course. Just knowing what the outcomes may be, what information we potentially can be obtaining, because a lot of times the proprietary information is stored in companies and apps and platforms is also valuable. So just to like give some food for thought there. And then our next quick check is that we are presenting UX research findings for a mobile app redesign to your team. In previous meetings, stakeholders lost interest because the data was too complex. What should you improve? Should you do to improve engagement? A, add more technical details to show the research depth. B, provide a brief story or example to relate findings to real world scenarios. Or C, use simple visuals to highlight key insights. Or option D, keep the presentation short. So the answer is B, provide a brief story or example to relate findings to real world scenarios. You want to, and here's why. The stakeholders that lost interest because the data felt too complex is because essentially they are more visual focused as well. You're presenting to your team, your design team. So then adding stories or relatable examples make findings human and easier to connect with. And then while simple visuals and keeping it short also help, the storytelling is the most effective way to turn complex research into engaging insights that really stick with people. Back into the lesson. We're going to go over tools. Just want to see what slide I'm on. Okay, great. We're going to go over some tools for documenting and presenting UX research findings. So first and foremost, we have Figma. And these are pretty much ones that we've used before, FigJam and Miro. I believe what I discovered, even though I still left our guided practices in FigJam, while FigJam has an easier user experience, I feel Miro does lend itself to being a little bit more collaborative in the free version. So just some like food for thought there. FigJam is an online collaboration tool that lets you and your team brainstorm, develop, and organize ideas. There's no prior experience. This with design tools is needed to start using it. Essentially, it's a whiteboard in an app. And we're able to add sticky notes, create simulations create exercises, create different diagrams. They also have different templates inside to essentially help you with your team brainstorms and development and organization ideas. Let's just get right into it. As far as we're going to do a quick demo for documenting and collaborating UX research findings using FigJam. The demo showcases how to document and collaborate on UX research findings using FigJam, a versatile digital whiteboard tool, as it highlights ways to organize insights visually, streamline team discussions, and create engaging research documentation. These skills enhance collaborative workflows and improve the clarity and impact of presenting research findings. So we have 5 boards here. First, we are starting with our research goals, which is the task goal is to evaluate booking and flow, and then our key insights, which are to what users prefer, like filters at the top, and then followed by our pain points, which can be confusing error messages, and then our user quotes, which is I don't know if my payment went through, and then opportunities like simplifying checkout steps. So to continue, started with the first 3 on each board and then left 2 so we could fill in during this guided practice with the idea that we still have to get through some more. We have a couple more exercises to get through today too, so just want to be mindful of that. First one that I have is to evaluate the clarity of the flight and hotel booking flow. Next, followed by assesses the ease of using filters, dates, budgets, airline destination, and then identifying friction points during payment and checkout. Are there any other test goals that we can use to evaluate the booking flow? Clarity, we have filters, and we have friction points of payment and checkout. Sorry, I had another screen with some other options I was trying to pull up, but sorry, what was the one before the cancellations? Someone said. So maybe we can move verifications under there because that's where you would more so verify. And then for cancellations, that's a good one as well. I was definitely looking for that answer in regards to sorry, just pulling up my notes here. In regards to the user and their expectations as far as post booking, what happens if there's an issue, that's something that we definitely want to be able to give some insight on. And then let's move on to key insights. For example, the user prefers filters at top. The user prefers filters placed at the top of the page, um, of the top of the results page. They prefer price transparency is critical because hidden fees reduce trust. And then mobile users value quick actions like book now shortcuts. Um, what I feel like they were just named in the previous slide, but like what else can we provide for as key insights or we can implement at this time? Um, think about when you're looking for a um, for example, like you're looking for a hotel or you're looking for like a place to stay, um, or even an excursion. What are some other factors that you may look for? All right. Good one there. And then for pain points, like confusing error messages during checkout, right? Or too many irrelevant search results can overwhelm users, or even slow loading times for flight and hotel results. What other potential pain points have we already identified? And I had another one, difficulty navigating back without losing your search filters. I feel like that's a common one that I've experienced on other apps, travel or not. It's like when you go back, where's my options? Kind of like you're starting a new search over, and that can be pretty frustrating, especially if you're trying to book pretty quickly. Um,
Sold out.
I haven't seen that with travel, but I'll take your word for it. I haven't necessarily seen that infrastructure with travel though, as far as I understand deals would be like a limited time, but I haven't seen them like sell out based on the amount of users that purchase them. So like how Hopper, I don't know if you guys ever use Hopper. They do tell you, well, on that platform, they'll tell you like this price is likely to go up on this day. This price is likely to go down on this day. So but it's a little weird. Like I'll go to Hopper to like figure out the deals, but I do feel like they have quite a few fees oftentimes depending. But I'll simulate up to check out there and then I'll also go on Google Flights to check and then whichever one comes out to like the dollar sign. Excuse me, whichever one has like the cheapest rate or like the best rate for me. Um at that point, that's the one I actually purchase on. But most likely they have the same flights, I would say, except for like I think Google doesn't list every airline. Whereas and even Hopper you still have to purchase through the airline. So it's kind of weird. You may get a discount though through Hopper. So it depends. Um but feel free to do your own exploring on that. Don't just take my word for it. And when we get down to user quotes, someone says, I don't know my payment. I don't know if my payment went through. Or if they say, why do I see so many options that don't match my filters? Or if they even want to say that it took forever for results to load. What are some additional things that someone may say about like or being confused about something in along this process? Mhm. Yeah. And I think we just kind of went through this one as well. Um, Extra fees at the very last step. No one likes that. And we kind of just said that the last one too. So I just wanted to like paste that one for us to keep moving on. hmm So would you say like I can't find the policies?
Rules, policies, yeah.
And then this can also apply for, remember our user was Matt Murdock, right? And he really wanted to know what the policies were in certain countries or restrictions in certain countries. So that would be helpful to even include upfront there or mention there, like, hey, I don't understand the um, travel requirements to travel to this country from my country. So just some insight there. Good. And then some opportunities, right? So if you want to simplify checkout steps with progress indicators to show like you're almost done actually checking out, so that way the user knows like when they are close to getting their payment information ready. If you need to provide clear or plain language or error messages, letting someone know, hey, your payment didn't go through, or your payment was successful. Um, Clear language around the details that coincide with the selection that you've made. So even down to saying, hey, you've selected this item, or you have one option selected, or maybe you have two options selected. So then you can narrow down your decisions. And then, of course, showing all fees up front to build trust. Um, Showing an itemized list, even down to taxes and fees, is the best way or the best shopping experiences that I've found, because it's like saying your price is $50 when it's really 53.08, but maybe you only have $50. So it's like very helpful to include transparent pricing. What other two can we add here? Good, good, good. I'm gonna paste a couple more in, and if anybody else has a couple that they want to share or include, feel free to let me know. Improve filter logic and save preferences, and then of course optimize performance for faster search results. And then we're all done with that one. And I believe after this we have a quick check. No. We're getting back into the lesson, and then we have a quick check probably soon after that. So I'm going to go back into that. Miro is an innovation workspace where teams design products and collaborate with their peers. And we're going to take a quick, but this demo explores the UX research templates available in Miro, a collaborative online whiteboard platform, and it demonstrates how to search and use templates to organize research data, map user journeys, and visualize findings effectively. These tools simplify the research process and enhance team collaboration, and help present insights in a clear and structured manner. Let's see. I feel like we're essentially doing the same thing that we just did in Miro. So, what I can do, just for the sake of conversation, is just pull up a template that we can leverage and just show you guys what that may look like in Miro as opposed to what it looks like in Figma. So, do you guys remember when we did that kind of square diagram, or at least research method, where we had essentially 4 themes? It's not copying into this board, so I'll just share the lesson 6. Save. So essentially, we would be doing like a similar thing here. Miro's is a bit more, their template is a bit more detailed than the one that we created in Figma, where we can use that insight to identify the problems, um, separating out the user problems versus the business problems, also separating out the research goals, which we clearly identified in the previous section, and then some research questions. A lot of the quotes were things that we essentially would pour into here, and then the user profile is like what we know about the user as well, and what information what data would we be requesting from them. So this is just what that particular template would look like. And just to match things up here, let me similar colors, but not exactly the same as what we used. Some user problems are that could be ease of use slash understanding, indecisive. Does anybody else have another one? Does anyone else have like a user problem or a business problem that they can identify for the travel app?
Maybe.
Okay. And then for a business problem, do you want to take a stab at that one too? I'm just pasting these in from the Notion board that we just did because essentially just showing you guys that it essentially matches up with what you've done in Notion. It's just using Miro to communicate it differently. I'll just summarize it as payment clarity because there were some feedback around making sure that not only did it go through, but that the user was also aware of hidden fees and like baggage prices or service fees, taxes, etc. Which never happens when you're booking a flight. For some reason, it's always you see one price, and then when you get to actually paying, it's a totally different price. And I'm sure there are more research questions. Miro just kind of goes a little bit more in depth by also making space for not only the user problems but also the business problems as well. And sometimes, a lot of times, but even more often than not, what the user's problem is by way what so the user has problems because of excuse me, the user and the business problems, they coincide with each other in some sort of like rhyme or reason, if you will. And then for our opportunities, well, we have opportunities, but for the user profile, I think it is safe to say that we would need their name, we would need their email. What else would we need, guys? Well, I live in Atlanta and Delta is a pretty big airline here. So, what if you have like Delta Sky Miles, any rewards programs or insight? What would you say, loyalty information? And then what else might we it's not always required, but what else might we want to know about our user? We have that. Good. And then you want to essentially use all of this is an effort to gather and to consolidate your research findings, um, seeing what your most common issues are to then build your presentation. So getting back into the lesson, just because we're running out of time. Yep, it switched back. Great. So that is a quick example of how we do some research templates, use research templates in Miro and just organize our research data. We didn't necessarily map. Well, we did map we didn't necessarily map the journey, but we just organized our data, and then we could begin. If you guys see on the far right side, you'll see a documentation sheet where we can begin organizing that journey out specifically. So, just continuing. Tools to present research findings. How many of you have, quick show of hands, how many people have ever done a presentation before? I actually used to be a presentation designer. That was one of my first jobs in design. So these are tools to help you present your findings. First, we have Google Slides, um, Microsoft PowerPoint, and then Figma Slides. Figma Slides is widely used by industry UX researchers. And then for our next demo, we're going to go into exploring Figma Slides for presentations. This demo explores Figma Slides, a presentation tool integrated with Figma, designed to create and showcase UX research findings. It demonstrates how to build visually engaging slides directly linked to enhance presentations by keeping all design and presentation tasks in one platform, making collaboration and feedback more efficient. So without further ado, I'm just going to pull up my Figma screen here. Does someone want to pick a theme? All right, so I just added all the slides and we can move it around based on where we are. But I'm also going to, those of you that may still be in FigJam, I did start this in FigJam as well, just so for ease of time. I know we had quite a bit to get through today, so I wanted to make sure we get through all of lesson 6. So I did start it. So feel free to, I saw someone had a different font in there. Feel free to like change the font, make it a little funky. Or scale it down, something. Yeah. I don't know is this block on top or below? And then we can just say like stakeholder presentation, right? So our hierarchy isn't competing. All right. So moving on to the next slide. This one is more so like we're only going to build 4 slides today. So let me drag up this one. Hey, does someone want to find a visual for this one? Let's see who's in here. Let's see. Catherine, do you want to find a visual that you feel represents key insights? Okay, cool. And you can just replace the header with that. I'll paste them in, or how would I do this? I'll paste a screenshot in of what our key insights are, and then you could work on, okay? And then Let's see. Who else do we have in here? We may not have time for the full action, but I did, I guess I'll paste the visual in, but, let me see what's the best layout for this one. We don't really have a great layout for this one. However, we can leverage this. Just give me 2 seconds to, like, switch it up a little bit, and then you're gonna, work on base image style. You're gonna work on our prototype demo slide, and I'll paste that. I'll paste the visual in, but you'll work on the content. So the goal here is to, yes, we're all working on different slides, but we are essentially collaborating. And sometimes it gets like that where, it's late nights, early mornings, and your team. Sorry, I think I took your header out. Uh-oh. Hold on, Joanna. Especially with me, I have some of my background is in presentation design. So at times I've been a cheat code on my team as far as like knowing how to like clean up everyone's slides after everyone's pasted in their findings or their insight. So it definitely gets a pretty nitty gritty at times where we are. Here you go, Joanna. You can paste this over. Oh, I'm gonna move your bullets back down here, and then you can get going on those. But yeah, it does happen where we're all working simultaneously, and that's why we use Figma. But it definitely helps to, here you go. And then, but it definitely helps to be collaborative, and then also having some like experience and knowing how information hierarchy goes, so that if you're transferring your slide to your team, yeah, while there may be some cleanup to keep things consistent, you don't want necessarily your team to have to like redesign your slide. We're all designers here, so just some food for thought there. And then cool beans. I just made the text a little bigger, uh, just so our information hierarchy is pretty concise. Um, and then let me check on. Good job. Good job so far on slide 1. Okay. Yeah, we're almost done. So 30 more seconds there, guys. But I think we overall are getting the gist of what we needed to deliver. We have a quick check. So for this quick check is that you need to document UX research findings efficiently without starting from scratch. Which feature in Miro would you use to streamline this process? Is it recent boards, templates, or starred boards, or new boards? I don't think we necessarily went as in depth into Miro as maybe we should have. But if anyone's able to answer this question, feel free. We may have a few Miro users here after all. So, yes, the answer is B, templates. And the reason for that is that uh, recent boards just shows boards you've opened recently. Star boards is a quick access to favorites, while new board starts a new search. Starts you from scratch. And then templates gives you a pre-built structure like research boards, like what we use today, journey maps, affinity maps, so you can quickly document UX research findings without building everything manually. So just some food for thought there. And then getting back into the lesson. Some tips for creating an effective presentation. So some tips for creating an effective presentation are that the best practices are as follows. Know your audience. Tailor your presentation to the needs, interests, and knowledge level of your audience. So you remember we went over who your stakeholder audience may consist of. Um, Sometimes, if you're working for a software development firm like myself, you may be communicating with your clients. There's certain things I'll show my stakeholders, like my boss or my colleagues, that I won't show clients, depending on the stage of design that we're in. And then you want to define your goals, clearly state the purpose and objectives of your research to provide context. Providing context is key. People essentially won't necessarily guess the reason. You have to inform them. And then explain your methods. Briefly outline the research methods used to validate the credibility of your findings, and then highlight the most impactful insights that directly address the research questions. And then we've made it to I believe this is our final quick check. Um, So, in this quick check, Lena successfully addressed all stakeholder inquiries, delivering her presentation by anticipating their questions in advance. Which best practice contributed to her effective preparation? Is it A, explain your methods, B, focus on key findings, C, define your goals, or D, know your audience? And the correct answer is D. So the reason for that being, if anyone else had any other thoughts or was, on the fence about things, the reason for D is that by anticipating stakeholder questions in advance, Lena showed that she understood their priorities, concerns, and expectations. This reflects the best practice of knowing your audience, which ensures presentations are relevant, engaging, and aligned with what stakeholders care about most. And then to get back into, so we have our nice cover here. I just made the text on the just increase the hierarchy. You want to make sure that your titles are big and it's kind of guiding even your stakeholders through the information as you want them to read it. And then getting into our key insights, we clearly laid out our key insights, and in the version that I'll show in a second, well, we even have the opportunity to like leverage icons, emojis, to call things out, even on pain points. It's the opportunity to, you don't necessarily want to show someone just like looking upset in an app. That's a bit cheesy, but we can use icons and some images, icons and emojis at times to uh, call out the specifics of our pain points and key insights. And then as far as the proposed solution and outcome, we really want to give a clear upfront solution. And while this was leveraged from a previous exercise that we did with the storyboards, essentially we do want to make this a bit more I wouldn't say high fidelity, but like a medium fidelity, if you will. So we would display like a price or at least like a dollar sign to represent that. Maybe some text that says no hidden fees. Just some key indicators as to what we're doing, but still keeping it low fidelity so that we're demonstrating to our uh, stakeholders in a concise way. This doesn't animate, so just kind of like representing where you could also start your prototype at in your presentation at least. So feel free to, if you do decide to take on those two additional slides um, of user quotes and opportunities, feel free to duplicate the report and paste it into Slack. And then some key takeaways from today's lesson are the 7 Ps framework that provides a structured approach for organizing and presenting UX research findings effectively to stakeholders, thus ensuring insights are clear and actionable. And then having adapting the presentation style to match the preferences and needs of different stakeholder audiences, ensuring that research findings are communicated effectively. Then followed by like tools like FigJam and Miro are essential for documenting and visualizing UX research findings, and even facilitating collaborative discussions and enhancing understanding among team members. Last but not least, we we leverage Figma Slides, as it offers a flexible and engaging platform for presenting UX research findings and allowing for clear visual representation and interactive storytelling. So Figma's just overall just done a great job of making sure that we stay on their platform as their primary user. No worries, and then feel free to look back in the presentation, because there are some additional resources here, like to inform you, that Simplilearn does provide us to inform you as to what stakeholder management is, the definition, giving you a precise definition and overview of that, as well as how to control stakeholders effectively, um, just making sure you're managing them and their feedback effectively, and then ways you can create effective communication plans and examples behind that, and then a master key to your project's grand success. So feel free to leverage these resources and articles to be able to understand and not necessarily um, not necessarily to step on your stakeholders' toes, but to essentially think like them and look out for what their best interests are.
And with that, we have come to the end of our course. Now you have covered the essentials of UI UX design and design thinking. You are well on your way to creating user-friendly innovative experiences, from defining UI UX to diving into design thinking methods. You have learned how to approach problems and build solutions that users love. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.